Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 107th running of the Indianapolis 500 and our live commentary for the first ever IndyCar race on KRC here today. Thanks for everybody tuning in here on this afternoon. It is a great Sunday, as in fact we will be doing the Indy 500 Coke 600 doubleheader on the channel. Live commentary for the Coke 600 later tonight will be starting at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And as far as today's Indianapolis 500, of course, you are watching this live on the YouTube channel. Be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content on the channel. Live commentary streams for every NASCAR Truck, Xfinity, and NASCAR Cup Series events. And wanted to do this race here today. I went to the Indianapolis 500 last year, so there was no live commentary for the race last season. I was like, you know what? Let's do it today. Let's pull off the double. There is some weather concerns with the NASCAR Cup Series race later today. They removed the Xfinity race that was supposed to be yesterday afternoon to tomorrow afternoon. They might do the same with the Cup Series, but at least we get a live commentary stream of some sort out of the way here today. It is going to be a historic race here today. We've got a lot of stories going into this one. I think the most, or maybe the biggest story going into the Indy 500 this year, just as it was last year, can Helio Castroneves win his 5th Indianapolis 500 to get himself the most all-time? I'm not very familiar with the IndyCar field. We'll see how it's going to go, though, throughout this one. We'll go through the starting lineup here in a matter of moments. I'll play a little bit of the pre-race for you guys because I got to get my laptop on the charger, and then we will get going from there.
The meaning is the same for all of them. And don't forget, the crowd knows it too. There's a reason 300,000 people show up every year. It's all part of the wonder of this race. The tradition, the stakes, the history. This is the Indianapolis 500. The race bigger than any of the others. The race harder than any of the others. The race that's remembered more than all of the others put together. The race that can make you a legend and define your life forever.
It's Memorial Day weekend. We're in Indianapolis, and that means just one thing. It is time for the Indy 500. And our telecast here on NBC is presented by Firestone. Look at that sporting venue. It is the biggest in the world, and there's one word that comes to mind when you see it: colossal. The magnitude has to be seen to be believed. Hi folks, Lee Diffie along with two drivers who have 19 Indianapolis 500 starts on their resume, Townsend Bell and James Hinchcliffe. As Mario Andretti, the legend, just said, the big ones mean more, but he's also famous, Hinch, for a statement. That is, if you change what you do on the big ones from all the other ones, you're doing the other ones wrong. So who's going to have the right temperament today? Who's going to have that patience and that discipline to do what they do all the other times? What does this mean for a driver?
I'll tell you, this means everything for a driver, guys. This is our Super Bowl. It's our Wimbledon. It's the whole reason you get into IndyCar racing. And ultimately, this is immortality for the winner of this race. You're forever going to have your face on the Borg Warner Trophy, and you will forever be introduced as an Indy 500 winner. That's what these drivers are going for today.
Townsend, what are we going to see today?
I think we're going to see the most intense Indy 500 in history. Why? It's the fastest front row we've ever seen. It's the closest front row we've ever seen. You're about to witness 33 drivers that are going to sprint into the eye of a tornado. Each one of them convinced they will be the first one to the other side. It's why this is the biggest race in the world and why it's the undisputed greatest race in the world. It is something to be seen.
The grid that was swamped just moments ago is starting to clear, and we are getting closer and closer to the greatest spectacle in racing. Let's get things going. Here's Dylan Welsh.
Lee, it's been a whirlwind week for Graham Rahal, starting last Sunday when he was bumped from the field by his teammate Jack Harvey. You see the agony of missing this race 30 years after his father did the same. Then Monday of this past week, Stephen Wilson of Ryan Reinbold Racing, blue car at the back of the shot. shot, crashed with Catherine Legg. Wilson suffered a fractured vertebrae, and Ray Hall was tabbed to fill in. In just 24 hours, it went from one of the worst days of his life to new hope given, and today Graham Rahal makes his 16th consecutive start in the Indianapolis 500, Kevin Lee.
Dylan Pato Award is one of the most energetic and fan-friendly drivers, always giving his time, but he told me on Friday he's whipped, he's worn out. But this morning he said, 2 nights, good sleep, I'm refreshed, I'm ready to race, and he said, I've got a better race car than last year when I finished second. He's ready to try to race his way into history today. Dave Burns.
23-year-old Californian Colton Herta has won 7 times in his IndyCar career. He's really good. But 4 times this race has escaped him. When I asked him why, he said because it's bigger, more pit stops, more things for me to do, and the track changes my car so much over time, we've got to be on everything. Marty Snyder.
Dave, after April testing, Alexander Rossi told me, quote, we're in trouble. But after 20 hours of practice, Rossi told me we made the car better every session here in the month of May, and he sits here as one of the race favorites. Lee, Alexander Rossi's in his first year with McLaren, but he's at his best track and might have his best shot to win his second 500 that he's had in years.
Saw him just moments ago, and he looked pretty calm, looked pretty composed. So we'll see what Alexander Rossi can do today. Do you know, this event is what it is because of the annual ritual and respecting that ritual. That's why there is in excess of 300,000 people here today to see the greatest spectacle in racing. And time now to go trackside for a very important part of the tradition here at Indy.
All right, race fans, please welcome Jim Cornelison, accompanied by the Purdue All-American Marching Band. It's good to have everybody back home again in Indiana. Back home again in Indiana, and it seems that I can see the gleaming candlelight still shining bright through the sycamores for me. The new moon sends all its fragrance from the fields I used to roam. When I dream about the moonlight on the Wabash, then I long for my Indiana.
Got chills, and that is a great way to kick off once again another running of the Indianapolis 500. We are only about 6 minutes away from the drop of the green flag, where there will be 4 pace laps before the start of the race once the command is fired to start engines. We'll go through the starting lineup of today's 107th Indianapolis 500. On the front row today, Alex Palou will be starting from the pole. Renus VK and Felix Rosenquist, a couple of Chevys, will be to his outside in row 1. Row 2 will be the 14 at AJ Foyt Racing of Santino Ferrucci, Pato Award, who came so close to winning this race last season, and Scott Dixon, who led the most laps in last season's Indy 500, will all be in the second row. The 100th running of the Indianapolis 500 winner on the inside of row 3 is Alexander Rossi, 2-time Indy 500 winner Takuma Sato in the middle, and Tony Kanaan going for his second Indy 500 in his final Indy 500 start today on the outside of row 3. Marcus Ericsson, the defending winner of the race, will be on the inside of row 4 with Benjamin Peterson in the middle and Will Power to the outside for Penske Racing. Ed Carpenter and Scott McLaughlin, followed by Kyle Kirkwood, will be in row number 5. Row number 6 will be Connor Daly, the Indianapolis native, Joseph Newgarden, and Ryan Hunter-Ray. In row number 7 will be Roman Grosjean going for his second Indy 500, Helio Castroneves and Colton Herta, Helio going for his 5th. Simon Pagenaud and David Malukas will be in the inside 2 lanes for row number 7 with Marco Andretti to the outside. Delvin DiFrancesco, Augustin Canapino, sorry if I said his name incorrectly there, and Callum Ilott will be in row number 9 in row number 10 will be R.C. Enerson, Catherine Legg, and Christian Lundegaard. Stingray Robb, Jack Harvey, and Graham Rahal will round out the field in row number 11. So this is going to be an interesting Indianapolis 500 to say the least today. The front row was separated by the closest margin ever on positions 1 through 3 in the starting lineup. It was the fastest qualifying time of all time for Alex Blow, which set the pole for the Indianapolis 500 today, as well as you heard from the NBC broadcasters in the booth this weekend, and as usual for the IndyCar broadcast on NBC all season long. Lee Diffie, James Hinchcliffe, and shoot, who was that? I haven't watched an IndyCar race this year. I'm so sorry. I try to make these as professional as I possibly can, and I almost said Graham Rahal, and obviously he's racing today. It'll come to me. Townsend Bell, there we go. Townsend Bell is also in the booth. Chris Davis, Jeff Sperry, Mark Witkowski, Matthew Dorderbruner, Robert Perkel, NASCAR Justin Kent, Billy Kramer, Stu Isaac, NASCAR Fan 05, Weather Expert Gaming, and others. Welcome into the stream. I did have chills with the Back Home Again in Indiana being sang right before the traditional start of the Indianapolis 500, and I think a lot of the reason for that was being at the Indy 500 for my first time ever last season, so kind of feeling the nostalgia of it for the first time in person. It kind of gave me flashbacks of where I was last year in the grandstands in turns 1 and 2, watching that race and all the pre-race festivities that were going on in the couple hours leading to the drop of the green flag as well. But yeah, can't wait for today's race to start. The cars are already rolling on the grid, and we are just a couple of minutes away from the drop of the green flag.
Firestone, and Alex Palou becomes the first Spaniard to win the pole position here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the 500. While you look for your favorite driver on where they're starting, I can tell you, unfortunately, Elio Castro Neves and Graham Rahal stalled. They were unable to leave initially with everybody else on the grid. There is Graham Rahal in the 24, filling in for Stefan Wilson, and the Dreyer and Reinbold guys are trying their best to get his car fired. Adding to the drama, and here comes the field. Wow. Graham Rahal has been through a roller coaster over the past week, and this adds another layer to it.
Unbelievable.
And they're doing everything they can to get him fired up. So, while they deal with that, we're going to check in with a man who is a champion in this sport. He's an Indy 500 winner, and he's in his 22nd and final Indy 500. Time to talk to Tony Kanaan.
First time by. See if we can get him here as soon as the spotter's done. Hey, Tony Townsend up at the NBC booth. You got me, bud?
Yeah, bud.
Man, TK, we just heard driver introductions. There are over 300,000 fans here. They all erupted in cheers, saluting your amazing career. Tell us what you're experiencing right now as you see and feel all that support around this track.
Well, so much love, man. It's an experience of a lifetime. I think, despite the win or anything else, these are the memories that I'm taking. Having all my kids, all my friends, you guys, you, Hinch. I mean, you guys were my fellow competitors, my friends, everybody in the ABC. Lee, I mean, if you were probably broadcast all my races. It's a great feeling. I'm going to leave it all out there. And doesn't matter what happens today, I'm winning. I'm winning regardless.
But you are in all 10 of my Indy 500s, TK. Nobody raced me harder. I love going wheel to wheel, but how are you going to play things today?
I have nothing to lose, right? If I do something wrong, what are they going to do? Fire me? So we're going to try to play a little bit safe at the beginning. Obviously, it's a long race. We chose a different level of downforce than a lot of people that I can see. A little bit more aggressive. So let's see. I mean, the most important thing, we're going to have to be in the top 5 on lap 169, 170, where the last stop is, and we'll go from there.
We can't wait to see you there. I am so proud of you on a personal note. Congratulations. Have a great one.
Thanks, guys.
He is the unofficial mayor of this place and this town. That is Tony Kanaan. Let's take you to the Honda track preview And check out Andretti Autosports, Kyle Kirkwood with the Auto Nation on board. But look on the right at the track map, and we've got a new feature hinge.
Yeah, very exciting feature, guys. You're going to see the at-track level wind in each corner, something we've never had before. Normally it's on top of the pagoda, on top of the pylon, but this is going to be the individual wind conditions in each corner at track level. We talk a lot about wind in this race, Townsend, because these cars are so sensitive to it.
And the reason it's important is watching the hands of the drivers. We have 15 on-port cameras. We'll watch their adjustments behind the wheel.
Dylan Welsh, what's the latest?
It's a battery problem for Graham Rahal. They are behind the wall right now, crew taking the side pods off the car. And the other problem, they're trying to locate the pit cart, which gets the car to the grid because that has the spare battery. So they actually fired it. Graham went to take off with the rest of the field. It stalled. They refired it and stalled again. And Graham was telling them, it's the battery. We've got to fix the battery. So not only do they have to fix this behind the wall, then they got to get him back out to pit road, and he can fire from there. So he's already lost a couple laps and likely going to lose more here as they try to get this problem fixed.
They're racing against the clock here before the start of the 107th running of the Indianapolis 500. It has been such an emotional roller coaster. Such an eventful week for Graham Rahal, for Dreyer Reinbold Racing, Steph Wilson, everybody involved, Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan Racing. And we are getting closer and closer to the start. There is just one more parade lap to go before the race begins. Can they get Graham Rahal out in time?
It's the worst feeling possible as a driver. Biggest race, and you're trying to get fixed. What you don't know is wrong. And for Graham, he knows he's got about 45 more seconds, and then it's too late to catch that first lap.
This doesn't look like a problem that's going to be solved in 45 seconds, Townsend. So the emotional roller coaster for this driver for this month just continues. Heartbreaking to see.
Let's go inside the Chip Ganassi Racing squad to the pole sitter Alex Palou and the last-minute pep talk.
All right, boys. Thank you all so much for the amazing job this month of May. It's been an absolute amazing month. Let's finish off by winning the Indy 500.
How about that from Palou? So measured. He's in the moment, and he is ready to go. He's come.
Field is tripled up 3 by 3 by 3 all the way deep. And it'll be Alex Palou, Rinus VeeKay, and Felix Rosenqvist leading the field to the green in the 107th running of the Indianapolis 500. They'll make their way through the short chute between turns 3 and 4 and now into turn 4 at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The green flag is in the air and the running of the Indy 500 is underway. Live leaderboard all the way throughout the course of today's race will be on the channel, as is for the NASCAR races. And here we go. Green flag, quick single file start for the top maybe 4, 5 cars. 3 wide still separated right around 6th or 7th as they work their way now side by side back there for those positions into turn 1. And a pretty smooth and safe start to this race. Very quickly, those top 6 cars were able to get down to the bottom of the racetrack on the main straightaway, and now an accordion line begins down the backstretch with drivers pulling out and making moves in the middle of the pack. Very tough to go side by side through these corners at Indy. One car is up on the outside, passing a couple of cars in turn 3 with an aggressive move. I'm not sure exactly who that was, but a bold move nonetheless, as they were still getting up to speed. And now as they are at speed for the first time into turn 1, it will be the pole sitter Alex Palou leading lap 1 of the Indy 500. Rinus VeeKay, Felix Rosenqvist, Scott Dixon, and Santino Ferrucci are the top 5 at the end of the opening lap. And Graham Rahal has made his way off of pit road, and he is now back onto the racetrack after having to swap batteries. Stalling out off the start of the race, he will start this race a couple of laps down. As 2 laps are in the books now crossed on the line. Again, Palou has led them both. Rinus VeeKay looking for a move to the inside. He did not lead that lap at the line, but he will take the lead into turn 1 as Palou will let him go and drop back in line behind him and try to catch the draft and maybe get back to the race lead as quickly as he possibly can. But Rinus VeeKay is out in front now for the first time today after making a pass on the pole sitter Palou. Palou for Chip Ganassi Racing in the number 10 car. Ran very well in his Indianapolis 500 last season in trying to get his first Indy 500 win this year. Last lap speed of an average by Palou, who led the last lap of 218.62 miles per hour. And it will be VK leading his first lap of the race now as they cross the yard of bricks and work their way through turns 1 and 2 once again. Ridiculously fast lap times with these Indy cars at this racetrack. 2.5 miles, and they are able to make that up in about 41 seconds, if not less than that. And we'll see how the tires will fall off and the lap times will fall off over the course of this race as well during the longer green flag periods. A 0.2 of a second advantage for VK over Palou, still staying very close within the draft. Very easy to do with these Indy cars down these long straightaways, and Palou looks to the inside for the race lead. Will actually lead that lap by inches at the line and clear into turn 1. Taking the lead back from Rinus VK. Rosenquist remains in third, just watching the two ahead of him battle for the race lead. It's amazing how every straightaway they're just going down, running an accordion line, trying to break the draft. Everybody behind them trying to follow in that said draft to keep their speed up and keep within close proximity to potentially make some moves throughout the field. There's quite a bit of passing throughout the pack in last year's Indy 500, and I'm sure we will see the same in today's Indy 500 once again.
It is 102 track temperature, but it's only 12:50 in the afternoon. In about another hour, that track temp could climb another 15 to 20 degrees.
Clear by 8.
31-year-old Swedish driver, Felix Rosenquist, the NTT data on board.
Look how he's lifting off the throttle, basically at halfway down the back straight. This is a very smart drive right now early on from Felix Rosenquist, just trying to stay in this pocket, conserve the fuel by lifting off the throttle. That's going to pay dividends later in this stint when he can run longer.
Let's get an update on Graham Rahal in the Dreyer Reinbold Chevy. Dylan?
It was indeed a dead battery on the Graham Rahal car. You see him back out on the racetrack. Great work by the crew. Of course, didn't lose any laps behind the wall, but they did lose a couple laps. But that's it, just 2, and it's early, so they've got time, and they're confident they can still make this time up, Dave.
Will Power is up 3 positions from his starting spot of 12th. Qualifying, he told me last year was their problem until the second half of the year. This year, it's been about the same thing. Other than that, he feels very confident about his consistency, trying to get his way to the front of the Indy 500 and win again, Marty.
Dave, a planned move early on for Alex Palou to give the lead to Rinus VK, and then another planned move by Rinus VK to give the lead back to Alex Palou. I asked VK about that earlier this week, and he said, I was watching film of 2021, yelling at myself, saying, why are you leading? Let someone else lead. Townsend, help me out here. Why do drivers not want to lead at the Indy 500?
Drivers want to lead. Engineers don't want their drivers to lead, and that's for exactly the reason James just described. If you're following like Rinus VK here, you are saving fuel. As the spotter reminds him, Rinus VK, just ride right now. That has 2 benefits. It extends the length of this stint, so you get deeper into the race before pitting, or if a yellow flag comes out, you don't need to take as much fuel to top up, and your pit stop can be faster. Look at VK. He's almost completely out of the gas on the front straight.
Dealing with the remote. That's the next stop.
What this becomes is a game of chicken, because the driver out front at some point needs to fall back, and they'll start lifting so far on the straightaway, you can't help but go by if you're Rinus VK.
And you know who this really helps? Is Graham Rahal, who's just trying to catch the tail end of the lead pack and get into the draft. He's about half a lap back right now, all on his own, but the slower the leaders go, the more it helps Graham get back in this race.
It does help him, but still, I know it's a long race. I know 200 laps, a lot can happen, but to try to claw back 2 laps, man, it's a big ask. It's a very, very long day when you're driving around at the back like that. Look at these drivers, they're so close, but nobody wants to make the move.
Except for Graham Rahal, it has been a good, clean start to the 107th running of the Indianapolis 500. Pole man Alex Palou leads.
10 laps in the books as NBC heads to the first commercial break of the race. It will be side-by-side coverage for the time being, as we'll keep our live commentary coverage going. Top 10 cars only separated by 4 seconds. Make that about 3.3 seconds at the start-finish line that last time by. Pass for the race lead on the front stretch as Rinus VK will jump back out in front of Alex Palou into turn 1. Same spot that the passes were made, vice versa, when Palou retook the race lead from Rinus from Rinus VK. I keep messing his name up. I apologize for that. And then also on the second lap of the race at the start-finish line as well, when Palou lost the lead initially to VK. So turn 1 seems to be the area of the racetrack where that is being made. Very calm day at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway as far as the wind goes, gusting less than 5 miles per hour. So a very, very lack of wind, I guess, kind of day at Indianapolis. Speedway, Indiana particularly. About 5 miles outside of downtown Indianapolis. Speed has definitely fallen off just a little bit because that last lap when VK was leading ran a last lap speed of 216.22, 5 miles per hour. That's about 2 miles per hour off of Palou's lap time on lap 2 of this race as they are just making their way around to complete lap 12. So definitely a little bit of fall off here in the early going of the run. And I believe VK's fastest lap was a 40.8, and that last lap was a 41.8, so about a second of fall off already in these first just over a dozen laps. Your top 10 right now, Rinus VK does have the race lead. Alex Palou is in second. Felix Rosenqvist is third. Scott Dixon fourth. Santino Ferrucci fifth. Alexander Rossi in sixth. Pato O'Ward seventh. Will Power eighth. Takuma Sato ninth. And Tony Kanaan rounds out the top 10 in the early going of this race. First of 2 live commentary streams on the day. Again, our Coca-Cola 600 coverage on later at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content on the channel. Mark DeMars, thanks for tuning in. Silent Owl Scribe, Terry Lewis, also welcome in here over recent laps into this race. Mike George, welcome as well. NASCAR Justin Kent, welcome in to the stream. I don't have my prediction for Charlotte quite yet. I still have some notes to take for the Coke 600, so I'm not going to give you guys my predictions for that race as of right now. But as far as this Indy 500 going in, I really didn't do a lot of research, so I really don't know who's going to win this race. I would love to see history being made of a guy like Helio Castroneves winning, but I don't think he's got the car capable of doing it just based off of where he qualified. I think the winning position will probably come from those first 3 rows from qualifying. I would be shocked if it came from somebody that started deeper in the field, to be completely honest. Very much a track position type of racetrack at Indy, no matter what motorsport is racing here. And even with these cars being able to pass as easily as they can down the straightaways, I just don't... I just think you have to be up there. I mean, you heard Tony Kanaan in the parade laps when they were interviewing him from the NBC booth that he feels that he needs to be in the top 5 by the time the final pit stops are taking place with about 37 or less laps to go. So lap 169 was kind of that target point, right around 30 to go. We're going to be seeing pit stops about every 30 to 40 laps for most of the drivers, depending on how certain drivers save fuel. Obviously, because Palou and VK are the 2 leaders out in clean air, very... even with how many laps that they have led in the early going of this race, as Palou just took the race lead back from VK going into turn 1 that last time by. They have basically traded the lead with each other every 3 to 4 laps or so. So they're maybe in cahoots of trying to save a little bit of fuel with one another and not allow one driver to lead more laps than the other. And that is why we have seen 4 or 5 lead changes already in these first 17 laps amongst those 2. 16 laps in total have been ran, make that 17 completed at the start-finish line with a fast pace to start this Indianapolis 500. Palou will lead this lap at the line to make it an official lead change after taking the lead going into turn 1. And it doesn't really look like anybody from outside the top 10 has made their way in the top 10 other than Marcus Ericsson, who started 11th, is up to 10th. He just passed Tony Kanaan that last lap. And they've lost about a second compared to where the leaders were at over the last 3 or 4 laps, trying to regain that time back in the draft.
He hangs right here, gets the mileage he needs, but doesn't press too close to Felix Rosenqvist. By doing that, he keeps clean air on his race car. He's got less turbulence. He can protect his tires. And then if Rosenqvist or VK or Palou start to struggle,
then he can pounce. I love the intelligence. I love seeing 20-plus years of IndyCar knowledge play out early in this race.
Yeah, you don't become a six-time champion without knowing what you're doing as you ride on board the Honda on board here with Scott Dixon. He's catching it, though. That does not look like the happiest race car, Townsend.
You see his right hand go down for the, oh goodness, bar, that front anti-roll bar. He pushes it forward. It stiffens the roll rate of the front axle, and hopefully you see his hands calm down as a result.
Need to tell you about the biggest movers in the pack. Scott Dixon is nice and stable. He got off to a great start. He caught up 2 positions, but 2 positions even better than that is Will Power. He's made up 4 from his grid spot of 12th. He now runs 8th in the Verizon Chevrolet. And there you see the biggest movers along with Will Power, Colton Herter and Callum Ilott making up 3 positions respectively. In the Peacock pre-race show, I spoke to Will Power, and we know and we've documented over the years how intense he is. He is the ultimate competitor. Big move here. Santino Ferrucci for AJ Foyt Racing. Inside Scott Dixon.
Fantastic, and I'm starting to backtrack what I just said. Dixon looks to be struggling with a loose-handling race car. I thought it was strategic, but it's in reaction to as Dixon's about to lose another spot to Alexander Rossi.
It's amazing how quickly it happens, guys, as Alexander pulls out to the inside there in that orange McLaren. And it's amazing how quickly your momentum can go. It can disappear when the handling starts to go. When one car gets by you, you have to get out of the throttle. You lose your rhythm. You lose that momentum. And look, he's about to lose his 3rd spot in only a lap and a half.
And it's another Arrow McLaren car to make that move. First was Alexander Rossi, now Pato O'Ward. Here's Kevin Lee with an update on Santino Ferrucci.
He's never started better than 15th, and he's gained 53 spots in his 4 previous 500s as AJ Foyt watches on. Up to 4th after he fell back a spot. Remember, Santino Ferrucci, 3 races, 3 different teams last year. He said he was fighting for his driving life. Now he's comfortable, and the race car, after some troubles on carb day, they got it addressed. He feels like he can win this race.
The most patriotic livery in the field, the Stars and Stripes, the Homes for Troops, AJ Foyt Racing Machine. Ferrucci up to 4th.
Another side-by-side commercial break. We'll go through the full field running order real quick of this Indianapolis 500 on circuit 22 of 200. Alex Palou leads the race by about a 1/10 of a second over Rinus VeeKay. Felix Rosenquist is in 3rd. Santino Ferrucci up to 4th, and Alexander Rossi rounds out the top 5. Pato O'Ward is in 6th with Will Power 7th. Takuma Sato 8th. Scott Dixon dropping back to 9th with loose handling conditions after running 4th just a few laps ago. And Marcus Ericsson rounds out the top 10. Tony Kanaan is in 11th. Scott McLaughlin in 12th. Ed Carpenter is 13th. Kyle Kirkwood 14th. Joseph Newgarden in 15th. And Benjamin Peterson rounds out the top 15. Connor Daly is in make that Newgarden with the pass for 15th on Peterson that last lap. So Peterson is now 16th. Connor Daly is 17th. Colton Herta 18th. 19th is Ilio Castroneves. And Ryan Hunter-Reay is 20th. Simon Pagenaud in 21st. David Malukas 22nd. Roman Grosjean in 23rd. Callum Ilott 24th. And Delvin DiFrancesco in 25th. Canapino in 26th. Jack Harvey 27th. Lundgaard in 28th. RC Anderson 29th. Stingray Robb in 30th. 31st is Marco Andretti, dropping back quite a bit at the start of the race. Catherine Legg 32nd, and Graham Rahal rounds out the field as Rahal is 3 laps down, make that 2 laps down after having that battery issue at the start, as he ended up actually missing the start of the race and starting 2 laps down before he came out on the racetrack. VeeKay back to the race lead once again from Alex Palou as they change it once more. I believe this is the 5th lead change officially in this race in the first 24 laps, and only Palou and VeeKay have led. Scott Dixon has dropped back to 12th place. He moved his way up to 4th, gaining about 3 spots from where he started this one before falling back after a flip of the switch with his handling of his race car. After about lap 15 or 16 is where he really started to fall off, and major track position being lost by Dixon, who has gone a long time since winning his first Indianapolis 500, trying to go for his second, has had a lot of bad luck going his way in recent years, and he continues to drop. Joseph Newgarden will make the pass on him, as well as Ed Carpenter, and Dixon is now back to 14th place, 10 positions lost for himself in the last 12 laps. And it looks like Rahal is in danger of going a 3rd lap down here as the pack is slowly catching up to him. And this could be interesting at the front of the field as we may get into that first lap car of the day. We should be having pit stops coming up fairly soon in the next 5 to 15 laps. We'll probably see the entire field cycle through. Be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content, but the Indianapolis 500 content for today as well. Definitely hit the like button on the stream if you haven't done so already. Our goal will be 100 likes on today's live commentary stream. We are currently at 31 with 45 people watching. Hanover raised, endangered since YTYBJL. Thanks for tuning in as well. When is Kyle Larson running the Indy 500? He will be running it next year and 2025. Patty and Rumdy Creations, welcome into the stream as well. And thanks for everybody tuning in. Sorry if I did not shout you guys out yet. For anybody who may have been in the chat for a while. Try to keep up on that as much as I possibly can while giving you guys the live commentary. Dixon just going to lose another position there. One car just passed him on the outside. That is how poorly he has been running on the racetrack. And it looks like Dixon... I can't tell what's happening there, but it looks like he definitely has a vibration going on. And Dixon's going to be the first to pit road now. It looks like he's going to short pit, and after losing so many positions, this might be the right call for him.
It would be tough to make it a 5-stop race for Scott Dixon, who clearly had one of the better cars in practice on Friday. They felt very good about it, but these tire vibrations were a concern for everybody. Dixon coming in, and he said that vibration was massive as he was coming down pit road. They'll get fresh Firestones here, but Hinch, you can talk about how tough those vibrations are to hang on to.
I mean, not only does it make the handling of the car completely go away, you're physically just getting vibrated in the car, your head's bouncing back and forth, your vision goes blurry, the wheel's trying to pull itself out of your hands, and there was problems on top of problems because it looked like he maybe got anti-stall when he came into the pits.
He did, but importantly, as long as the yellow doesn't come out right now and the leaders have to pit under green, it's not the end of the world. The car is going to feel amazing for Scott Dixon now on brand new Firestones. Lee, I cannot believe the bravery of Dixon to stay out as Palou goes back to the front. Dave Burns.
He did stay out about as long as he possibly could have, but they were just losing way too much track position as we have more pit stops. Romain Grosjean is now on pit road.
To get rid of its vibration and its understeer.
Well, look, you've got several tools inside the cockpit that the drivers can adjust on the fly to affect the handling. You have the front anti-roll bar, like Townsend mentioned earlier, affects the front roll stiffness. The rear anti-roll bar, same deal on the rear axle. Then you have what's called the weight jacker. That affects how much physical static weight goes on either the left front or the right front tire, which can affect how the car handles as well. So when your driver says the tools are maxed out, you've done everything you can, Dylan, to make that thing better as we see the 0-6 in pit lane.
Yeah, a little deeper in the pack. Same story here for Elio Castroneves. Said the vibration is horrible. Adam Rovazini, strategist, said, can you hang on for 4 more laps? Elio said, no, I've got to come now. So they changed 4 Firestone tires.
So Castroneves is also on pit road with some struggling handling conditions for himself. He has also lost a few spots from the very start of the race, and it looks like the second place runner, Alex Palou, will come into the pits. He'll be the first driver of the top 5 to send their way to pit road this time by. That will give up the lead for himself and give Rinus VeeKay his third different lead of the race here in these first 30 laps of the Indianapolis 500. A lot of drivers trying to make this race on 4 stops if they can help it, but the one short pitting may be in danger of trying to do that, and maybe on a 5 pit stop strategy, that will probably not be the one that will get this race won. But no caution so far today. We'll see if we remain caution-free as this race continues on. It looks like he's got another driver on pit road. Takuma Sato's also in from the top 10.
Those cars that stopped earlier, they're going to have a challenge, Marty, but the leader is in.
We kind of talked about this strategy, Hinch, right? As soon as you can make it on 5 stops, come to pit road. Palou did not complain about a vibration. In fact, Barry Wanzer asked him how the handling was. He said, it's actually really good. So we'll check out Palou's tires. And by the way, the left rear that came off Scott Dixon's car, Kevin, it looked fine.
Santino Ferrucci looking for the first top 5 for A.J. Foyt Racing in over 20 years. He has gone back and forth whether he wanted a wing change. Says he does want a little bit of a wing change and tear off as well. Ferrucci back out, pitted from 4th.
So Santino Ferrucci from 4th place came to pit road the same lap as the 2nd place driver of Alex Palou. A lot more cars making their way to pit road this time by. Rinus VeeKay still staying out on the racetrack, as well as Felix Rosenquist, who is very, very close to him. as they battle for the race lead leading up to their stops. Not as many cars in the draft around them, so this will definitely start to space the field apart for the first time today. Graham Rahal on pit road.
To his pit box, he, along with all the other Ganassi drivers, talking about how free they have been. The fresh Firestone's going on lap 31, and you know, Townsend, every lap you can go a little bit longer. That helps for later in the race.
Absolutely opens up your strategy.
Chip Ganassi Racing Squad proved they the best on pit lane on Friday in the official pit stop competition with Scott Dixon's crew winning. Here's the race leader on the BitNile.com Chevy. This is Rinus VeeKay. He's coming your way, Marty.
You'll see him have to work around Felix Rosenquist's crew. They are laid out as well, and it's going to be a tight entry into his pit stall. He said the car felt pretty good, but he had talked to him and reminded his team, hey, remind me to be patient, to swap the lead when I can. He certainly did that with Alex Palou earlier, and you see that wing adjustment and the fresh Firestones also.
Yeah, Marty, 2 turns of front wing for Rinus VeeKay, looking for more front downforce to get the front tires to work better as Alex Palou. You'll see where Palou is on the track, upper right-hand corner. He's in traffic behind Graham Rahal, but he comes out comfortably ahead of Rinus VeeKay. So that is the effective battle for the lead right there.
And comfortably so for Alex Palou. VeeKay back.
So Alex Palou pitting about 2 laps before Rinus VeeKay will easily cycle out ahead of him. We have more leaders that are still making their way to pit road. Alexander Rossi leads his first laps of the race before making his way into the pits, this time by... he is also followed by Pato O'Ward, Kyle Kirkwood, Will Power, Colton Herta, and Simon Pagenaud, all inside the pits and even more behind them outside the top 10.
Working right here. We'll see when they cycle out, Diff.
Marcus Ericsson versus Joseph Newgarden there. The 3-team Penske Chevys have been on the attack. Newgarden especially, he made up 5 positions from his starting spot very early on with a good opening stanza. Look at this. Scrambling here. Is that Catherine Legg on the right-hand side of your screen, right on the white line?
And you saw VeeKay and Ferrucci go by as Catherine Legg is coming in off the turn 3 apron. She must have some sort of issue. Kevin.
Pato O'Ward comes in. He was 5th. He's cycled up to 2nd. He wanted no changes. The car is good so far.
Kevin, how about these McLarens running longer than everybody else? Alexander Rossi leaving pit road as well. So that's something to note for later in the race, Townsend. McLaren's terrific fuel mileage.
Excellent. Excellent if you are McLaren to go that far. It just opens up your options. You might even be able to make it on one less stop, but it's going to take some yellow. Here comes Rosenquist on his teammate. Rossi blends up. So McLaren right there on screen. Rosenquist, Rossi, O'Ward running nose to tail.
3 of the...
Alex Palou has stretched out a 9-second advantage over Rinus VeeKay in second place, at least once Lundgaard ends up hitting pit road, as he had stayed out longer than anybody else to lead a couple of laps. And once he makes his way to pit road, which it looks like he is on pit road right now, we will have cycled through our stops. Had somebody slide into their box. I think it was the 44 car. Sliding their way into the box, so something may be broken there, and I believe that was Catherine Legg, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, that was leaving her pit box, not coming in, so leaving her box, she ended up having a little bit of a wheel spin, ended up clipping the inside wall, and as soon as she was getting up to speed, she decided to pull it back onto pit road. There might be a penalty for driving through too many boxes, and that may be why she ended up having to come back onto pit road, but whatever the case is there, tough break for her, and that will actually drop her even behind Graham Rahal in the running order for the time being if she can keep that car on track.
Get around him early, just settle back in. We'll work out a way. You will get your teammate Alexander Rossi.
Commercial break right now on lap 37 of 200 in the Indianapolis 500. Alex Palou continues his race lead by a pretty wide margin now, following the green flag pit stops that just cycled through. Rinus VeeKay is in second. Santino Ferrucci is third, followed by Felix Rosenquist in fourth. Alexander Rossi rounds out the top 5. Pato O'Ward is in sixth. Seventh place is Will Power. Marcus Ericsson in eighth. Joseph Newgarden in ninth, and Takuma Sato is in 10th. Tony Kanaan is 11th, Scott McLaughlin in 12th, Kyle Kirkwood 13th, Ed Carpenter 14th, and Connor Daly rounds out the top 5. In top 15 rather. Colton Herta is in 16th place, Ryan Hunter-Reay in 17th, Benjamin Peterson in 18th, Helio Castroneves in 19th. Simon Pagenaud is in 20th, Scott Dixon 21st, Roman Grosjean in 22nd, Delvin DiFrancesco in 23rd, David Malukas 24th, and 25th place is Callum Ilott. Canapino is in 26th, Jack Harvey in 27th. It'll be Lundgaard in 28th, R.C. Anderson 29th, and Marco Andretti is 30th. Stingray Robb in 31st, Graham Rahal is 32nd, 2 laps down, and Catherine Legg is still on pit road as she is 5 laps down, rounding out the 33-car field on lap 39 of 200 in the Indy 500. Still caution-free in today's race. We'll take our first break. Be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content on the channel and our full flag-to-flag coverage of today's Indianapolis 500. That 9-second advantage that Palou had coming out of the pits, it was mainly with him having to get up to speed. Rinus VeeKay has now passed him for that said race lead on his way past the start-finish line into turn 1 that last time by. It's kind of cool that they show the next scheduled pit stop for a lot of these drivers on the IndyCar.com website that I'm getting this raw feed / live leaderboard for. Usually going to NASCAR's website. It's a little bit different layout, and I like their layout too, but they have a little bit more data and analysis to work yourself off of in this one. So it looks like the next scheduled pit stop, assuming we stay green for race leader Rinus VeeKay, would be about lap 66, and Alex Palou, who pitted 2 laps before him, looking as if he will be pitting around lap 64 projected wise, which is going to be the earliest of anybody in the top 10. He led more laps than anybody that was in the top 10 before that, which is why he probably had to come to pit road, as he was not able to save fuel in the draft because he was running more full throttle, especially down the straightaway, a lot harsher going into the corner, at least as far as on throttle activity went, because of the slower speeds of not running in the draft. It's amazing how quickly this conga line of race cars has now trapped themselves nose to tail once again, as we're right back to the top 12, being within just a couple seconds of each other that last time by at the start-finish line. Lap 41 right now of 200.
It's an interesting window into that.
Indeed, look at the advantage to Palou in all 3 phases. The in-lap, the last lap before he hits pit lane, the time on pit lane, start to finish, and then the lap after the pit stop. Advantage Palou in all 3 phases for a total of a little less than a second. 7/10, almost 8/10 of a second advantage. But no big deal. As long as you get back into the draft, if you're Rinus VeeKay, nothing to worry about.
So there are more than 300,000 people here who are watching with a great deal of interest. And maybe watching with the most interest is somebody who will be in this race next year, right, Marty?
Yeah, I found a 2024 Indy 500 driver, Kyle Larson, so you wanted to stay and get an experience of what it was like. You told Dale Jr. and Steve earlier, what's it been like?
It's been cool, just kind of listening to them discuss fuel mapping and strategy, and also looking at his balance and stuff to, recommend changes. So it's the stuff that I don't ever get to listen to when you're behind the wheel. So kind of cool to get the other side of it and help prepare me to know what they're really able to look at. So everything seems to be going smooth so far. So we'll see what the rest of the race holds for them.
How was that pre-race scene for you?
Oh, it's unreal. I mean, the Indy 500 is just amazing. I mean, it's the biggest race in the world, biggest sporting event in the world. So cool to be a part of it as a fan this year, and look forward to having my family here next year and get to compete and just have a whole different feel to it.
You got a little taste today, Dave, 50 laps or so, and he's got a little race to run tonight too in the Cup Series in Charlotte.
Now we'll be interested to see if that goes and see what Kyle does. Here on the track, Will Power, we mentioned going forward. He has a little bit of understeer in the car on that first stint, a little bit of a vibration, but there's a bigger problem. Check this out.
Jacker's not working. Positive, it is not working.
All right, so that weight jacker, as you explained earlier, James, is moving weight on the front tires, either on the left front to get the car to turn more, or the right front to help get the car, frankly, to turn less effectively. The question is, when did it break? Where did the weight jacker set down and stop working? That'll affect what adjustments Will Power needs to make with the roll bars and what he does with his hands as he carves the car into the corner.
Yeah, you watch this Firestone telemetry, you see the big lift there, you hear it. But man, that is such an important tuning tool. We talk about how much these cars change over a stint, how much they change with weather. The weight jacker is such an important tool. Without it, willpower is at a huge disadvantage right now.
So, while things might not be going ideal for Will Power, how about his Team Penske teammate in the Shell Chevy? Joseph Newgarden is the man on the move. He has made up 8 positions from his starting spot. The 2-time series champion, this one has eluded him. And you better believe that it is a big thorn in his side. Newgarden wants to be an Indianapolis 500 winner. He's come close. He's finished 3rd in 2016. But this one just always seems to, get out of his reach. Maybe today's the day based on this start.
I think he's got such a great shot, James, because of the way that Team Penske is able to take care of their tires. What you're seeing here is excellent on the pit stop exchange with Team Penske going forward, and nice, consistent care for their Firestones.
When you get hired by Roger Penske, there are 2 expectations. Win championships, win Indy 500s. Joseph Newgarden took a championship his first year. He backed that up with his second one, but it's the 500 that is still yet to be the unchecked box on his resume, but he is looking really, really strong at this phase of the race, guys.
Graham Rahal, who is 2 laps down, is buried in the middle of this front pack in the 24 Dryer Reinbold Carekeeper's car. He's a few positions up the road from the car we're looking at. It's the 5th car in shot, the blue and white car, and Graham's doing his best. Here's an exchange for the lead again. Alex Palou in the American Legion Honda ducks ahead of this man here in the BitNile.com Chevy. That's Rinus VK. VK has led 21 laps. Palou has led 23.
All the while, Felix Rosenqvist quietly, patiently grinning in 3rd position. He's letting these 2 go at it and just ride around. Got excellent mileage on the first stint, going 34 laps before his first stop.
And it's not just the mileage, guys. All the McLarens were able to make their tires last that long as well. There's like 3 camps of cars right now. There's the Scott Dixons, the Helio Castroneves that had to pit so early because the tires were falling off. Then we had everybody that sort of made it
here, brother. Just about halfway on this set.
to lap 30-ish, which was the goal. Then that group of cars that made it to 33, 34, they've got an advantage right now as we take a look at this live wind reading, Townsend.
Yeah, this is really cool. It helps you understand what the drivers are dealing with as you turn 360 degrees around this racetrack, 90 in each corner. It's like following the compass. We're going due north right now on board with Rosenqvist. He's going to turn west, and as he does so, he'll pick up a tailwind at the exit. And then turning into 4, he's going to get some wind on the beam on the right-hand side, the starboard side, if you will, of the boat. And that'll adjust how you, with technique, adjust your hands, the rate at which you turn the car, and the adjustments in the cockpit.
You heard Billy Vincent, the strategist for Felix Rosenqvist, on the radio saying, nice job, we're about halfway through this run. Rosenqvist finished 4th last year. Could he go all the way this year?
They are headed to commercial break right now. I'm just putting up a poll in the chat for the first time. I don't know why it decided to take me so long to do this, but got to put a poll up in the chat for who you think will win today's Indianapolis 500. I'm just going to put the current top 3 and maybe the 3 fastest drivers, at least that are at the front of the field on the start of this race. And then obviously other in the 4th pick. So we will close this with about 30 laps to go in the race. Is when we'll close that poll, means we're not getting it out to you guys until lap 52. But nonetheless, be sure to cast your vote. Thanks for everybody tuning in so far. Again, like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content on the channel. But this is the one and lone IndyCar race that we are commentating on the channel this year. Of course, it is the biggest race of their season. It is maybe the biggest race ever in the world on an annual basis, and that is the Indianapolis 500, the longest running motorsport race as well. 107 years and counting. Unbelievable. There had been a couple of skipped years during the World War II era there back in the 40s, and somehow still, even with the height of the pandemic, they were able to get the race in 2020. Had to postpone it till, I believe, August is when they ended up running the race with no fans. They pushed it back quite a bit, so that way they would hope to get fans at the track. They were not able to do so at the time, but still got the race in that year, and it was pretty remarkable being there in person last year with the spectacle. So I understand the decision of why they ended up postponing it from its original date, but obviously back on Memorial Day Sunday. weekend on the Sunday afternoon as it usually is. The top 3 cars are really starting to put a gap on fourth on back. They're all within 0.6 of a second of each other right now. Then Alex Rossi, who is in fourth, is about a second and a half behind Rosenqvist, the third place car. The gap between Rossi right now and Santino Ferrucci behind him is actually about 0.9 of a second, so Rossi's pulling him a little bit, and he's kind of starting to find himself in no man's land as he's too far behind Rosenqvist to try and get into the draft of those lead pack. He got separated just a little bit over the course of the second tire stint of the race. We continue to stay green flag from the start of this race to now as we are caution free. I believe there were 5 cautions in last year's Indianapolis 500. Including one that set up a late race restart and a dash for cash with just 3 laps to go late in the race. But hopefully we don't see any incidences today. We can have a nice, clean, safe race as we continue on through the Indianapolis 500. There are still 32 cars that are on track as of right now, and the Catherine Legg is out of the race, currently 14 laps down. We'll see if she gets her way back in. Ended up sliding her tires after leaving her pit box earlier on during the first set of green flag stops in this one. Your top 10 currently, Alex Palou leads by 1/10 of a second over Rinus VeeKay. Felix Rosenqvist is in third place. Alexander Rossi is in 4th. Santino Ferrucci rounds out the top 5. Pato Ward is in 6th. Will Power 7th. Marcus Ericsson 8th. Joseph Newgarden 9th. And Takuma Sato rounds out the top 10. As far as drivers, where they started versus where they are running now, I do believe the biggest mover of the race is Joseph Newgarden, who is up 8 positions from 17th to 9th. And then Will Power, who started 12th, also inside the top 10, up to 7th as he's gained 5 positions from the start. Colton Herta also up 5 positions from the start of the race to 16th from 21st, starting a little bit deeper in the field than those couple of drivers that I've already named. And pretty much every other driver has been within a few positions of their starting order, whether they've lost a couple spots or gained a couple, except for Scott Dixon, who's probably the biggest loser of the race as far as where he started and where he is running currently. He had started in the 6th place position. He's back to 21st, and during that first run at about lap 15, when he was currently at the time in 4th place, by lap 27, when he ended up short pitting and hitting pit road because of how loose his race car was, fell all the way back to 17th place, ended up losing 13 positions on track, lost a couple more during the pit stop, having to make some major adjustments to that race car, and obviously losing the draft for a couple extra laps by pitting a few laps even before race leader Alex Palou, who was one of the first drivers of pit road because he has led as many as he has so far. And Palou currently out in front still to this point, as he has easily led the most laps in this race. Rinus VeeKay, though not that far behind him in the laps led category. It does not show the laps led counter on IndyCar's website, so I can't verify that stat for you guys as far as how many laps he has led unless I see a graphic on the NBC broadcast. But again, that was your top 10 that I mentioned just moments ago. We will take our second break of the race while they're on a full screen commercial break for the first time today. You're listening and watching live on KRC here on the YouTube channel to the Indianapolis 500 here 2023 edition. Thanks for everybody tuning in. Marcus Collins, Dark Crypto Major Kenneth Withrow, Diana Alves. Also welcome into the stream here over recent laps in this Indy 500. Very, very quick race, so to start this one off, and we are less than 10 laps away from our second set of green flag pit stops in this opening green flag run to start the afternoon. The race had started about 45 minutes ago. We're already 60 laps in. Crazy. On a 2.5 mile oval, nonetheless. A very, very fast race pace. And I think there were 2 cautions in the quickest Indy 500 of all time, if I remember correctly from looking at stats before I went to last year's Indy 500. And last year obviously didn't top that because I know they had 5 cautions. They did have a long green flag run in the middle of the race. I think they had 3 of them in the first half. Kind of kept most of the field bunched together from start to finish, but even with the green flag pit stops we've seen here, the top 9 are still within 4.9 seconds of each other. And the top 6 drivers are within 2.6 seconds. Alex Rossi has lost 2 positions during this full screen commercial break to Santino Ferrucci and Pato Ward, who moved themselves up to 4th and 5th. Ferrucci's been in the top 5 the whole time. Doesn't seem to be quite as quick as those top 3. The front row, that still remains 1 through 3 in that same order they qualified as well. but Ferrucci is probably very close in that second group of cars, at least as far as speed behind them, and Rossi losing positions though on this longer run. Maybe he went the wrong way with an adjustment change to try to get them better on the long runs, which we have only seen so far in the early going of this race. Sometimes even when your car is handling well, you still got to step outside the box and make the adjustment changes, because I don't think Alexander Rossi wants to finish 4th through 6th in the Indy 500. He wants a shot at the win, and as of right now, just not really able to quite compete with those top 3 cars as mentioned. But Palou expected to pit really between now and lap 67. The target lap on our indicator is looking as if he will pit right around lap 64, but he may be coming in before that. And actually, Palou will be pitting this time by, so we will start our second round of green flag pit stops in today's race. As he is stretched out about a 0.3 of a second lead, trying to get as far ahead as he can before dropping off of turn 4. And here comes your race leader into the pits.
Honda's in the top 10. Here comes race leader Alex Palou. Second stop in the American Legion Honda.
That is earlier than I expected. If this was to run green the whole time, Marty, it would be tough to do it on just 5 stops.
And you see Santino Ferrucci pitting right behind him, and this is exactly what we talked about. Townsend, you and Hitch just mentioned it. It stacks on itself all day long. In fact, Barry Wanzer told Palou on the radio in the middle of the run, we're just going to be in this situation where we're going to have to pit earlier than everybody else. Handling very good, but Kevin, that's the penalty for leading.
Early on in this last end, Santino Ferrucci said, what did you do? Did you go the wrong way on the wing? They said, no, we just didn't add enough. Later on, Ferrucci came back and said, it gets so loose at the end, I think we just have to suffer through it, Marty.
Second round of pit stops starting here. So Scott Dixon radioed to his crew. You see him on pit road. Said this set much better. No vibration this time. He said, I have no idea what happened with that first set, but playing from behind for the rest of the day.
Tell you what, that's not a bad thing for Scott Dixon to get back on cycle.
Yes.
He's there pitting on the same lap as Alex Palou and Santino Ferrucci.
And a huge sigh of relief if you're Scott Dixon that this is not a systemic issue to the car that's going to manifest itself over and over again. Dixon still in this thing, absolutely.
Honda on board. Meanwhile, back at the front, 3 Chevrolet-powered cars. Rinus VeeKay, Felix Rosenqvist, Pato O'Ward.
So VeeKay has consumed the race lead once again. Pato O'Ward starting to catch up to the top couple of cars ahead of him. Of course, Palou with already hitting pit road, not in this group currently after pitting at lap 61 in this race. Really going to have to stretch it to try to make it on 5 pit stops, as you heard from the NBC booth. And Scott Dixon pitting on the same lap as the race leaders, even though he had pitted about 2 laps before Alex Palou the first set of stops. And that definitely was early, because we were tracking at Palou to pit about lap 64. Would have been the same amount of laps he would have ran at the start of the race to when he pitted, as far as running those same amount of laps in this second stint, but ended up running about 3 laps less than that. So he's going to have to start saving fuel, maybe dropping off the lead here in the middle portion of the race to try to save to get back on the same strategy as the rest of the leaders. VeeKay is now in the pits.
You can tell he's a young driver. He hung on to it the entire time and never once said, we need to come to pit road. Very happy with the handling, leading a lot of laps, trying to play the patient game all day long. Takuma Sato also on pit road as well. Sato's been dealing with a free race car as the sun starts to be a little more prevalent at Indianapolis. That certainly will affect the handling of the cars as well.
You bet, Marty. Track temp now up to 107 degrees, and if this...
Rosenqvist and O'Ward continue to stay out. Alex Rossi and Will Power also on the racetrack. Top 5 in the middle of green flag pit stops. Rosenqvist has a 0.4 of a second lead over Pato O'Ward. Alexander Rossi in third is 3.3 seconds off the lead. Will Power in fourth is 3.9 seconds back, and Marcus Ericsson's 4.6 seconds off the lead. Again, that is your top 5 right now at lap 67 of 200, but we are in the middle of green flag pit stops. Wind has picked up a little bit from the start of the race as it's blowing out of the northwest at 5 miles per hour. The air temp's still right at 78 degrees, and the track temp has raised a bit from about 102 at the drop of the green flag to now 108 miles per hour as it continues to change as we get into the middle of the afternoon, and the temperatures will slowly increase on this very, very hot, fast, slick surface at Indianapolis today. Rosenqvist now on pit road.
After that first stop, the left rear completely blistered all the way around. So they told him to sort of take it easy on this run and not push it quite as hard. You see his teammate Alexander Rossi, again, with a very free race car for Rossi. That's what he's been dealing with. We will look at the tires that come off of Rosenqvist, who came to pit road with the lead. We'll see where he goes, Jeff.
What a day, Marty. What a day for the Swedish driver. He has been so consistent, so steady. He's had good speed. Actually, I spoke to him yesterday. It's been a good month of May for Felix Rosenqvist. He is...
Pato O'Ward stayed out to lead one lap and now is on his way to pit road. Same lap as him coming in. Marcus Ericsson will come in behind him as well. Will Power will now take over his first race lead of the afternoon. Kyle Kirkwood continues to stay out of the pits along with Colton Herta. And I believe those are the last of the drivers that have not hit pit road. Those are the last three.
Fuel mileage with Chevy. Pato O'Ward in and out. A COP change. A little bit of balance adjustment, Marty.
TK, Tony Kanaan on pit road, his final Indy 500 as we talked about, and these drivers going a little bit further. You guys included Marcus Ericsson in that conversation. His strategist, the winning strategist from last year, said we're going to flip what we're doing, going a little bit longer than everyone else, Dave.
Marty, you're on board with Will Power on pit road now, and even without all the tools available to him, weight jacker not working, he's been able to run well this stint, basically maintained his position. 4 fresh Firestone tires fuel the car. Nice stop for the Penske crew.
Out goes the Verizon Chevy, back into it. Meanwhile, at the front, Felix Rosenqvist knows that he's got Rinus VeeKay and Alex Palou coming, and coming fast. And Power knows that he's going to have to get up to speed here quick. Look at Pato O'Ward on the inside, slices up on Rinus VeeKay, tucks in behind his teammate.
A forceful move, but I like the patience out of VeeKay. Still early in this race. VeeKay's right at the front with a fast race car. He's not going to risk it going into turn 1. R.C. Enerson holding up the pack a little bit here. Have to see how Rosenqvist plays this. How urgent does he...
Colton Herta now into the pits, and Felix Rosenqvist seems to be the driver ahead of the pack right now as he has cycled himself out to the front of the field. Pato O'Ward is also ahead of Rinus VeeKay and Alex Palou, who had fallen back just a little bit during the green flag pit stops. Pass for position, it looks like made for the race lead, as Pato O'Ward will be now out in front getting by Rosenqvist. Here's Catherine Legg.
Maybe the steering rack or something, so we're going to try and fix it and get back out. There's not much we can do multiple laps down, but it's still good experience, and I'm hoping the best for my Red Bull to Milani and teammates.
All right, unfortunate end to her return to the Indianapolis 500, Deb.
Well, good to hear Catherine say it may not be over, but an unfortunate beginning to her return to Indy after a 10-year break. Great to have her in the field anyway. You may have noticed that.
70 circuits complete in this race. The field's starting to bunch back together at the front now following our second round of green flag pit stops. Your top 10 following those green flag pit stops have now led to Pato O'Ward and Felix Rosenqvist at the front of the field, with O'Ward in the lead and Rosenqvist in second. Rinus VeeKay is in third, and Alex Palou, who was the original leader when he pitted at lap 61, is now back to fourth place, 1.1 seconds off the race lead. Santino Ferrucci rounds out the top 5. Alexander Rossi is in 6th, Will Power 7th, Joseph Newgarden at 8th, Marcus Ericsson 9th, and Takumo Sato rounds out the top 10, and most of those drivers pretty much have been inside the top 10 really ever since the first set of green flag pit stops in this race. The drivers that will be able to make it to lap 100, or at least just there after lap 100 on the next round of pit stops, they will be able to make it on 5 stops. Anybody who pits before lap 100, though, is going to have a little bit of a problem trying to make this race on 5 stops. If we stay caution-free through this one, it could turn into a fuel mileage race in the Indianapolis 500. We've seen these in the past. We could see it again here today, and that could lend a hand into maybe some drivers that have stayed out a little bit longer, like we saw Colton Herta do there. He was the last driver to hit pit road. He is in the best fuel mileage situation, and that's less fuel they can put in the car as well if we do get any late cautions to maybe gain some track position on pit road there, as well as Herta currently is in 15th place as he's picked up 6 spots from the start, where he qualified in 21st last week. Pato O'Ward started in the 5th place position and is now leading this race for the second time. The only other time he led before that was right before the pit stops when he was battling Rosenqvist and ended up pitting the same lap as him and able to get out to the lead. But very fast stops for the 5 and the 6 team there and maybe Renus, VK, Alex Palou were maybe hanging back just a slight bit after coming out of the pits, so that way they weren't going to cycle back into the lead and try to save a little bit of fuel, because they're in a situation right now where their estimated pit stop is between laps 95 and 98 for those two drivers, so that would be shy of the lap 100 marker. And you have to play the race strategy based off of how this race is going, particularly not off of years past, because this year so far caution-free. So you have to assume that this race is going to stay caution-free and really try to stretch this thing out on 5 stops, which will be very, very difficult with no really fuel management under caution flag periods, all under green flag periods in this race.
Of Hy-Vee and Gatorade. All season long, enter for a chance to win one of 4 Corvettes, and it's as simple as this. Grab your mobile device, scan the QR code that you see on your screen, and you will be in with a chance to win. Good luck. Welcome back. Lee Diffie, Townsend Bell, James Hinchcliffe with you. You're watching NBC's Indy 500 telecast presented by Firestone, and you're right on board the Hy-Vee Honda with Christian Lundgaard back up front. This is Pato Award of Arrow McLaren, his teammate Felix Rosenqvist right behind that iconic livery aboard the 6 of Rosenqvist that's emblematic of Alain Prost's win at Monaco in 1984. It's part of the celebration, the 60th celebration of McLaren racing. 60th birthday, I should say, pardon me. And all cars have different liveries. It's very cool, and it's all reflective of one important point. Just a few points in their amazing history.
I'll tell you what's very cool is to have the front of this field on lockdown. If you're Arrow McLaren right now, with Award and Rosenqvist, these two have been teammates now for several seasons. They can work together. The spotters can communicate to the drivers and say, all right, Rosenqvist's going to pass you on the next lap. It's just like the peloton. Think team cycling in the Tour de France as Santino Ferrucci goes past Palou. What a move.
Power move from Santino. Strong swing to the outside. Cuts across the bow of the 10. Nothing really Palou could do there. We've heard maybe struggling a little bit with the balance of his car, but look at the gap already that Ferrucci's pulled out, and now Alexander Rossi in that orange McLaren all over the back of Alex Palou.
Such an incredible record here at Indianapolis for Santino Ferrucci. 4 previous starts, 4 top 10s, running 4th, the position he started. You have every reason to think at this point that this young American star could make the miracle happen for AJ Foyt Racing today.
He has not changed his stance or his message all month long. He's like, this is an awesome car. And especially after qualifying, he said, we have a car that could win this race. The 24-year-old from Connecticut, who now, and appropriately that he's driving for AJ Foyt, calls Texas home, is running beautifully.
And I say miracle because, Kevin, we haven't seen the kind of performance out of AJ Foyt Racing that they're showing today. The raw speed of their car exceeded that of the great Team Penske in qualifying, and Ferrucci has been just bubbling with enthusiasm ever since he jumped in this thing.
And what's kind of scary is Ferrucci, who qualified 4th, said my race car is even better. Let's go up front now with the 2 Arrow McLarens and listen to some radio to Pato Award about how he's in front.
Just to give you a heads up, you are leading. Pro is second. You guys are the best on fuel right now, looking really strong.
And now, guys, they're in a position to swap, and I suspected this was coming. They'll swap the lead back and forth just a little bit to save some fuel.
I was just going to say, Kev, I'm surprised that we hadn't seen that sooner. Last year, we saw that beautiful choreography between Scott Dixon and Alex Palou and the Chip Ganassi squad, each taking turns leading so they could both save some fuel. Pato Award had just been sat there out front punching that hole, so now some synchronized swapping of positions, and that's the kind of teamwork you need to see now, 80 laps into the race. That's not what we're going to be seeing with 20 laps to go.
What's happened here? Helio Castro Neves, the 4-time winner. Whoa.
Auditioning for a future in dirt track racing, Castro Neves walks it up the track on board. Listen. He got in the dirty air of his teammate and then downshifted, got after the throttle, and frankly just spun the tires up on the gas. Dylan, that was a great save.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they had moved to 12th in that round of pit stops from 19th when they came in, so the crew did a great job to get in track position, but as you'd expect, Elio came on the radio a few laps ago and said, this is just super loose. I cannot hang on much longer. Made a change, came down and made a front wing adjustment. Hopefully that cures the looseness for Elio, but they've lost a lot of track position.
So, Dylan, meanwhile, the plan for the McLaren cars is to swap the lead back and forth every 3 laps, but I want to show you the left rear of Felix Rosenqvist's car. Look at those blisters. That's the second straight set of tires that have looked like that for Felix Rosenqvist. So, Townsend, I get what you're saying, and I understand it's great to run long, but they're telling Felix, slow down as much as you can to conserve the tires.
Yeah, if I'm Rosenqvist, I think I'd be thinking to myself, 10-4, dude, but we're fine. I went 34 laps on the first stint and another 33 on the second. As you see the Firestone telemetry on board here, what does that throttle look like? Wide open. So don't sweat it, boys. We're good. I'll tell you if I feel something, but tires are fine.
And what a beautiful way to repay the faith that McLaren Racing has had in Felix Rosenqvist, to be at the front of the field with his teammate, kind of like his little brother, Pato O'Ward. There's 7 years between the two of them. Felix Rosenqvist is 31, O'Ward 24. O'Ward is the bigger, more vivacious personality. Felix is a little more reserved, and here comes Santino Ferrucci around the outside and moves into third.
At Firestone, the people that bring their cars to us aren't just ordinary.
Another side-by-side commercial break, lap 84 of the Indianapolis 500. Santino Ferrucci has just passed Rinus VeeKay for the third place position on the racetrack. Pato O'Ward continues to lead in this race. He's 0.2 of a second ahead of Rosenqvist, who is in second. Santino Ferrucci again is in 36 of a second off the lead. Rinus VeeKay is 1.2 seconds back at fourth. Alex Palou rounds out the top 5. He's a little bit further back at 2.3 seconds off the lead. Alex Rossi right behind him is 6th at 2.6 seconds off the lead. Will Power 7th is 2.7 seconds off the lead. Joseph Newgarden is in 8th place as of right now at about 4 seconds off the lead. Marcus Ericsson is in 9th place at 4.2 seconds off the lead, and Takuma Sato 6.9 seconds off the lead, rounding out the top 10 right now. Again, on lap 85 of the Indianapolis 500. Still caution-free to this point. Fast race pace. We are on pace for the fastest Indy 500 of all time as of right now. And we could probably have one caution and still be on pace to breaking that record. So that will be something interesting to watch as well for history purposes, the rest of this one. Frank Powers, TRG Tornado, thanks for tuning into the stream as well. Over the last handful of laps. T-Van, thanks for tuning in also. iRacing 413, welcome to the stream. Yeah, an impressive start for everybody from a driving skill standpoint, as Mark Demar stated in the chat. Be sure to vote in the poll if you haven't done so already for who you think will win this Indy 500. Other at 47% is leading the poll as of right now. That is any driver who is not of the ones that started on the front row in this race of Alex Palou, Rinus VeeKay, and Felix Rosenqvist. Rosenqvist has 8% of the votes, 10% for VeeKay, and Palou with 36% leads the way, at least for those three. That poll getting a little bit tighter between Palou and other. Right now, we have 40 votes casted thus far. Pato O'Ward again continues to lead this race. The plan was going to be, as you heard from, I think it was Marty Snyder, one of the pit reporters there, following the transfer for the lead. We initially saw between those two during the green flag run is that Pato O'Ward and Felix Rosenqvist will change positions for the lead to try to save fuel every 3 laps or so, although Pato O'Ward has led a lot more laps during this run than Rosenqvist, and very noticeably so. So Rosenqvist maybe a little maybe not wanting to change the lead quite as much as O'Ward, just trying to save maybe a little bit more fuel than him. He did pit 1 lap before O'Ward as well, so that could play into it, but maybe taking matters into his own hand as we're getting closer to the halfway point and saying, hey, I want to win this race just as bad as you, probably more so I'm not going to lead quite as much. So it's crazy with this race going caution-free that you do not want to lead this race. And you want to stay in the draft as much as you can down the straightaways and save a little bit of fuel. If you're running in the draft, you're not having to push full throttle to stay closer to the race leader, but if you're the race leader and have nobody to draft off of, you're full throttle. We saw Rosenqvist when he was leading through turns 3 and 4. He was full throttle all the way through the corner, didn't lift. So that is the difference between being a clean air versus not having clean air and being even really the draft, so to speak, in dirty air or the draft. You're having to lift a lot more to get your car to handle. You lift in the corners because of the dirty air, but then you gain it back on the straightaway, so it kind of evens itself out, and that's why you're able to stay within close proximity of the other cars around you in the field. Just over 20 laps since the last set of green flag pit stops for everybody inside the top 10 right now. Projected lap to pit for Pato O'Ward is at lap 101. Santino Ferrucci and Alex Palou pitted at the same lap at lap 61. They're expected to pit around lap 95, so they're pacing to be very, very short on fuel, and I think they're hoping that they get a caution because they are not going to be able to save 5 laps, I don't think, throughout the course of this race unless they can somehow be able to go 33 to 34 laps. Now, they are not at the front of the field anymore, although Ferrucci has not led in today's race, at least during actual speed side of things or strategy side of things. Maybe the only time he has led during green flag pit stops. As far as Palou and VK, they dominated pretty much the first third of this race, leading pretty much most of the laps, and then just after these last pit stops is where you see O'Ward, Rosenquist, and Ferrucci up inside the top 3, and VK still out there in the top 5 as well as Palou, but they have dropped back a little bit from where the race leader is at on track.
I think that's what we get for using up all our luck throughout practice, not having any problems with the car. So we'll just have to come back stronger next year. We'll go diagnose the car and see what's wrong. But yeah, just real bummer to be out that early.
Nothing to hang their head about for sure. The Able Motorsports team advanced and locked into the 500 against all odds.
26-year-old.
So RC Anderson is now out of the race. That's who you just heard from during the pit report. So he has hopped out of his car. He's now the second car to exit today's Indianapolis 500. You heard from Catherine Legg a little bit ago that they hope to get that car back into this race, but as far as right now goes, she still remains off the racetrack as they're trying to get a little bit of the left side of that race car fixed after hitting the inside wall, leaving her box when she spun the tires way back during the first pit stop of the race, right around lap 33, 34 or so, right around there is when she hit pit road. And then, of course, the battery issue with Graham Rahal and not having any cautions in this race. He remains a couple of laps down. Jack Harvey has also fallen a lap down during green flag conditions, with the field getting spaced out pretty heavily right now. And Helio Castroneves at the tail end of the lead lap in 29th. Could see the leaders getting into some lap traffic here very soon, and especially once we get through the third set of green flag stops, if we continue to stay green, and that could allow the leaders to maybe be able to save quite a bit more fuel as a result. A lot of changing for position down the backstretch there all over the racetrack on lap 91. Not sure exactly what happened there, but we had cars scattering everywhere, and it looks like there is somebody still losing momentum and losing positions by the wayside as the cars are drafting their way around him now in the front stretch, and they'll be 3 wide for a brief moment as they work their way into turn 1 crash off of turn number 1. It looks like one car has pounded the outside wall, a first accident of the day. Multiple cars behind them missing to the inside and outside of the racetrack, and it is Stingray Robb in the Rick Ware Racing number 51 car making his first Indianapolis 500 start, who is involved in the accident. So at lap 92, we have our first caution of the race today. Stingray Robb involved after a crash, it looked like, in turn 1. After pounding the outside wall, the AMR safety team is to his race car right now, checking to see if he is okay. And hopefully we can see him exit the race car. It was a very hard hit. We just saw the tail end of the impact, but a lot of damage to the right front suspension of that race car. And he was just up out of the groove, it looked like. About a lane too high in the middle of turn 1. Maybe got tight in the dirty air behind the car he was running right behind, and up the hill he went, could not save it, and a very hard impact into the outside wall. And it was turn 1. And he was actually side by side in turn 1 and on the outside lane, so he wasn't in line behind another car. He was just trying to make a pass on the top, and he ended up running out of real estate. It's that kind of situation where, you know, the guy on the bottom, if you're trying to get around somebody on the outside and you're on the bottom of the, you know, racetrack, you don't have to give that position up. I think it's more on the top side of the track to if you want to lift and save the race car or potentially try to make a risky pass on the top. And if you're not able to make it, you end up in the wall, as you saw there for Rob. So yeah, that's a tough break, but I do think that was maybe more on him. Not sure who he was trying to pass for position there. There's a blue car to the inside. I'm not too familiar with the paint schemes in IndyCar, so I'm not sure around what position he was battling with. I think he was pretty deep in the field, so it had to have been maybe Canapino? In the 24. Graham Rahal's in the 24, so maybe that's why he was upset, because Rahal was already a couple of laps down and feels that he should have had the right to get around him while he was still on the lead lap. I mean, maybe there is a little bit of maybe justification there for that reason, but it's still, you know, Rahal trying to get back into this race and trying to protect any track position he can, being a couple laps down. It's a caution he needed. They did not touch. There was no contact between the two cars. And we should see the field hit pit road this time by, as we are just shy of lap 100 right now. So this makes the window of making it on 5 stops even tighter, with a lot of drivers on their way to pit road at lap 94, coming to lap 95 at nearly the halfway point in this race. You guys will get to listen into the caution flag pit stops, our first caution of the race again, so it'll be our first caution flag stops of the day. And our safety team still sweeping up and picking up debris on the racetrack, trying to make this yellow as quick as possible. They have already towed away the 51 car back to the garage area. And here come the leaders to pit road.
90 plus really good laps of racing, and here comes everybody headed for the pits. First in line, Felix Rosenquist of Arrow McLaren in the NTT Data car. Kevin Lee.
And this timing of the caution is not great for Arrow McLaren, because they had the best fuel mileage. They didn't need to pit for a little while. Pato O'Ward is going to hit his mark first, just wants a little bit of wing. In front of him, you're going to see Santino Ferrucci. This helped them. They were short on fuel, Marty.
Yeah, Kevin, kind of a game reset at almost halfway. A lot of drivers saying they want more downforce. You see Felix Rosenquist, bottom left of your screen, the leader coming on the pit road, said he feels very good about the handling of the car. Meanwhile, Rinus VeeKay said he's had a vibration on literally every run of the day. They make a wing adjustment, and the McLaren guys easily hold tight.
Hey, Marty, oh my goodness! Palou is out. Palou just got hit by Rinus VeeKay, who got sideways. Are you kidding me? Wow. We told you earlier that pit lane, your race can be made or lost. And you're seeing the latter for the American Legion Honda with Alex Palou. The two guys who shared the lead for so much of the early part of this race have come together on pit road. VeeKay on your left.
So similar to what happened to Catherine Legge, just came out of the pit box. Yeah, he had cars on his outside. He had to keep it in the transition lane fine, but just kept his foot in it, went around and took out Palou. He may have gotten away without any damage, but I promise you, with penalties coming for the 21, heartbreaking for these teams.
We'll find out how badly damaged Palou's number 10 machine is. Maybe not so bad, but we'll get to it. Certainly front wing damage.
It definitely looks like that there's a lot of damage to the 10 of Alex Palou after getting kind of smashed into the inside wall, but most of the damage around the right front splitter of that race car. Tough break there following an incident on pit road between the two cars that dominated the first third of the race of Rinus VeeKay and Alex Palou. As they were exiting pit road, they had the first two pit boxes. It was VeeKay who pulled out of his box first, spun the tires in the inside lane of pit road, and slid sideways into Palou. So pretty significant contact for both cars. And there were some other cars sliding out of their boxes as well that nearly made contact, if not did make contact a little bit further back. Couldn't tell who it was, but obviously after those pit stops, Alex Palou, his chances of winning the Indy 500 have been drastically down, if he can even keep that car on the lead lap, depending on how much damage there is. And I'm sure they're going to have to bring VeeKay's car back to pit road as Rinus VeeKay's car back to pit road as well, unless they feel that there isn't as much damage there. I believe Colin Ilott stayed out of the pits. He was the only driver to not hit pit road. and he will be the leader on the restart. Felix Rosenquist won the race off of the pit lane on Pato O'Ward, so he gained one spot there because initially O'Ward was the leader when the caution flag flew at lap 92. So Ilott pitted one lap before the caution flag came out, and I think he actually was on pit road when the caution flag came out, so he ended up staying out of the pits for that reason, and now is out in front for the first time today, and he will be leading at about the halfway point of the Indy 500. Unbelievable. That's definitely the big story of the race so far, that contact on pit road during the caution between Alex Palou and Rinus VeeKay. I keep saying Venus. I keep getting his name wrong. I'm surprised halfway through this race I keep making that mistake from time to time. So again, I apologize. It's not been my best commentary during this race, but this is my first ever Indy 500, and I'm not too familiar with the drivers outside of just really going to the race last year. I went to a couple IndyCar races last year because I went to the Mid-Ohio race as well, 4th of July weekend. And I had a lot of fun for both of them. I just haven't watched any IndyCar racing this year, so it's probably a large reason as to why I'm mispronouncing his name from time to time. It stinks because he's one of the contenders to win this race, depending, of course, on how much damage he had from that last incident. He is currently in 8th and has not come back to pit road during the caution flag. Definitely lost some time in the pits with the contact, but if they feel that that car's not severely damaged enough, they're going to keep it out there, and we'll see handling-wise if it will be about the same. I can imagine that the handling of that race car is probably going to be affected quite a bit. But again, Callum Ilott is your race leader. Again, he stayed out of the pits during the caution flag period, feels that they have enough fuel to be able to make it on the same amount of stops as the leaders, jumps up in the track position running order, and it's going to work out for him very, very well. Yeah, a lot of front wing damage on Alex Palou's car. You can really see the wing get bounced around quite a bit there after the initial impact when VeeKay came down into him after sliding his tires, leaving his pit box. Still under caution and back on a full screen commercial break right now. We will take a quick break ourselves and then get back to the action as well. Thanks for everybody tuning in for today's Indy 500 coverage. Our goal is 100 likes on the stream. We're at 46 right now. We're almost halfway there, and we're almost halfway through this race after only one caution has come out. Hopefully the race stays safe the rest of the way. The field will be bunched together for an ensuing race start shortly. Keep the milk cold. Yeah, nobody wants to drink warm milk. That only tasted good when you were like under the age of 2. After that, who likes warm milk now? Disgusting. It's gotta be cold. We are only about an hour and 15 minutes into this Indianapolis 500, right around there getting the first caution, but that quickly we are already halfway through this race. This has a chance to be the quickest Indy 500 of all time. I think 2 hours and 32 minutes is the fastest Indy 500. That race there were 2 cautions. This was the first one here in this race. So we will see, but they are going to have to get back to racing here pretty soon. It does seem like it's kind of a lengthier caution flag period. They've been under yellow for 7 laps now after a single car incident. They probably had to pick up some more maybe debris and clean it up off the exit of pit road as well, which may have lengthened the caution period out just a little bit, which is going to allow for a lot of these guys to save more fuel, especially Callum Ilott, who ended up staying out of the pits there. This is huge for him. This is less laps he has to run as the leader of this race. It'll be very interesting if the drivers behind Ilott are going to try to keep him out in the lead and make him burn up his fuel a little more, considering he's got less in it than everybody else who pitted during the caution. It'll definitely be interesting. People ready Force for Good challenge. Guess IndyCar's doing a challenge where if you can win a street course, an oval, and a road course in the same season, then a driver will win a $1 million bonus. Oh my goodness. There was an incident right at the end of pit road. The back of the pit lane where a crew member almost got hit. Somebody had swerved into their box a little too soon and ended up cleaning out one of the tires that were laid there, and luckily the tire changer was able to get out of the way in time. And they are changing that wing on Alex Palou's race car as he is back on pit road once again. So a front wing change for Palou. They're putting the backup wing on it. So hopefully he will be back up to speed here shortly. And it doesn't look like there was any other damage to the race car outside of that, so he will be able to continue. And he is still in the lead lap. It was a very quick change, but obviously he has lost a lot of track position. He was currently fifth, or was running in fifth at the time of that incident on pit road, and now he is 26th place. He did qualify on the pole, so we know he's got a fast race car and been in the top 5 all day, and we'll see if he can get that track position back. When we go back to green flag racing, we will be at lap 101 of 200 in the Indy 500 here this afternoon. It'll be the unofficial halfway mark. And it'll be Callum Ilott leading the field to the green in the 77 car. Again, this is the first time he has led today. They are single file down the back. Again, there is a slight delay as far as YouTube, so if you're wondering why there's a delay, it does seem like with the races on Big NBC and Big Fox, they have more of this issue, but hopefully you guys understand. Pace car is already out of the way. Leaders are entering turn 4, already 3 wide further back in the pack in the middle of turn 4 as they're still trying to get up to speed. They'll split down to double wide, and the green flag is back in the air. Ilott is going to lose the race lead, it looks like, on the bottom of the racetrack. Here comes Felix Rosenqvist, and Rosenqvist, in fact, cleared him before they got into the corner. Side by side into turn 1 for about 5th place further back, and 3 wide in the middle of turn 1 as one car had to lift out of the throttle, and I believe it might have been Will Power in the 12. Who had to lift, and he's going to lose a ton of positions. A little blocking going on the backstretch as well, as they are 3 and 4 wide now on the backstretch as they try to funnel their way into turn 3. 2 by 2 as they're able to get down and somehow make it all the way through the corner. It looked like Scott Dixon ended up losing about 2 to 3 positions in the back half of the field as a result of that heavy battling. And now they're side by side, it looks like, for positions between the AJ Foyt Racing 14 car of Santino Ferrucci and the 8 of Marcus Ericsson as they battle for 4th on track. Ferrucci will pull clear into the corner. Pat O'Ward made his way to 2nd on that lap as well as Ilott drops back to 3rd, and now O'Ward's going for the lead on the outside down the back straightaway. Pato O'Ward out in front once again as he gets by Felix Rosenqvist at the front of the field, and it looks like there is a penalty for Rinus VK, and I think it's because he took off early on the start. He might have been one of those drivers that were 3 wide in turn 4 as they were still getting up to speed, so Rinus VK will get a penalty on the restart, and a tough break for him. He was, of course, involved in that incident on pit road as well after spinning his tires, so he will have to surrender his track position, and at least for Alex Palou, at least he got the restart in line with everybody else, where in this situation with this penalty going on for Rinus VK, he's going to end up dropping well behind the pack and is not going to be in any sort of a draft effect, and he's going to be all by himself, and he is on his way to pit road right now as he will serve his penalty. Scott Dixon got split 3 wide, it looked like. I believe that was his car. Had to lift to get out of there. Veteran move by the veteran driver. Dixon, 6-time IndyCar champion. A 1-time Indy 500 winner, and was Will Power in the 12 that also had to lift. Dixon got a couple spots back as a result of that on the outside in turn 1, but a wild restart, and really the first restart of the race. A lot more tame at the initial start, but that one was insane that they were able to battle their way out of it. Rosenquist going to the outside for the race lead at the start-finish line. He will lead this lap at the line, and he'll clear Award getting down into turn 1. So they are changing the lead more often than what they were before the caution between the 6 of Rosenquist and the 5 of Pato Award. And as they continue to change the lead, Santino Ferrucci is up to 3rd place as he passed Colin Ilott for the position that last lap as well. He's within 0.6 of a second of the race lead and drafting down the back stretch on the 2nd place car of Award, who is very close to the back bumper right now of Rosenquist. He'll lean back, getting out of the gas way early into turn 3, backing up the corner to try to charge the exit and maybe looking for a lead change off of turn 4 once again.
Types of the series, pay attention to who I'm racing to, and I mean, that was just way too aggressive a move, I thought, but yeah, I guess we're in the wall and not much further to say.
Who are you talking about?
Whoever it was I was racing there. I know it was, but yeah.
Thank you, Stingray.
Understandably frustrated, wanted to do well in his...
That was Stingray Robb after exiting the infield care center following his crash in the Indy 500 back on lap 92. It was the first and only incident of the race so far, at least not involving the pit road incident between Alex Palou and Venus Rike under that Renus VK, gosh darn it, under that caution period. That's going to be the story of the stream, is going to be me mispronouncing Renus VK's name over and over again throughout the course of this race. Ilott started in the 27th place position before at least getting to the lead. He has dropped back to 6th place now during this green flag run outside the top 5. But still up many positions. And Colton Herta out of nowhere is up to the 7th place position, looking to get by Ilott currently for that 6th place spot. He started back at 21st, and it looks like he will make the pass for 6th place. So Colton Herta on the move in the 26 car, as he has gained so many positions. His caution helped bunch the field up. He gained quite a few spots on pit road, and now is looking to get himself in contention to potentially win his first career Indy 500 for the young American. Pato Award is out in front. Rosenquist saving fuel in the draft in 2nd place. We are on lap 108 of 200, just past the halfway mark. Santino Ferrucci still sitting in 3rd. Joseph Newgarden was able to get to 4th on the restart. And he is within 1 second of the race lead as well. Changing for position being made in the back half of the top 10 as Alexander Rossi will get by Colin Ilott as well. Rossi moving back into 7th. Lost a few positions during the 2nd green flag run of the race because he was as high as 4th at one point. Fell back to about 7th. Lost another spot or 2 on that restart. And he's trying to get back in contention now that the leaders are all at least bunched together interval-wise. But as far as the track position goes, where he is running in the running order, has fallen just a bit here in the middle portion of the race. Side-by-side commercial break right now on NBC, so we'll go through the full field running order on lap 111 of 290 laps to go in the Indianapolis 500. Felix Rosenquist back out in front as he has just passed Pato Award for the race lead on lap 111. Award is in 2nd, Santino Ferrucci 3rd, Joseph Newgarden in 4th, Marcus Ericsson rounds out the top 5. Colton Herta is in 6th, Alexander Rossi 7th, Callum Ilott in 8th, Connor Daly is up inside the top 10 tonight, and Kyle Kirkwood up to 10th place as well. Both drivers started in the middle of the field today. Tony Kanaan in his 22nd and final Indy 500 is in 11th. Takuma Sato has dropped back to 12th. Ed Carpenter in 13th. Scott Dixon is back up to 14th, and Scott McLaughlin is 15th. Will Power fell back to 16th on that restart after restarting 7. Alex Palou up to 17th after restarting 26th. Ryan Hunter-Reay in 18th. Roman Grosjean in 19th. Simon Pagenaud is 20th. David Malukas is 21st. Helio Castroneves in 22nd. 23rd is Benjamin Peterson. Delvin DiFrancesco is in 24th place. Lundgaard is in 25th. Canapino is in 26th. Marco Andretti in 27th. Renus VK 28th. Graham Rahal 29th. And Jack Harvey is the last on track in 30th. 3 drivers out of the race of Stingray Robb. He'll finish 31st, or at least that's where he runs right now. R.C. Anderson 32nd, and Catherine Legg is 33rd. They have not gotten Leg's car back on the track yet. If they do, they could gain 2 positions here before the end of the race, depending on what lap they can get that car back on the track, if they can get it on the track at all. So we are just under 90 laps to go. We'll take our second to last ad break of the day as you're listening live on KRC to the 107th running of the Indianapolis 500. Be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Our first of 2 live commentary streams on the day. Of course, the Coca-Cola 600 will be on later tonight. We'll start our coverage there and our usual NASCAR coverage at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Of course, weather pending. Because there is some inclement weather in the Charlotte area once again today, just as there was for the Xfinity race yesterday, but we'll hope for the best. And also don't forget in the poll to vote if you haven't already for who you think will win this race. 51 votes have been casted so far, and you think that neither one of Alex Bolo, Radius VK, or Felix Rosenquist will win the race. And I will say, Felix Rosenquist, he's battling for the race lead right now and only has 6% of the votes from those 51 votes so far. That poll will close with about 30 laps to go in the race. Alex Palou at 37%, as it has gone up for him a little bit as he is on the move following an incident with Radius VK, and VK maybe the least likely of those to win. Not because of damage from the pit road incident, so to speak, with Palou, but because of that penalty on the restart for him. So unfortunately, he is dropped back quite a bit, and he's trying to get his track position back. Pato Ward slinging back to the race lead a couple circuits ago on Felix Rosenquist as we're on lap 114. They continue to change the lead back and forth to try to save fuel, and I will say they're doing it a lot more since the restart this time to save fuel versus what they were doing before. Everybody back on the same strategy with the caution that came out on lap 92 and their stops at lap 94, except for Caleb Eilot, who stayed out of the pits and has about 3 laps less of fuel than everybody else does in front of him. He is in 9th place, still in the top 10, but dropping back. Biggest mover since the restart. Connor Daly is up to 8th place inside the top 10. Colton Herta up to 6th place. And then also, of course, Alex Palou, who started 26th, or restarted 26th and is 17th, although he's been trapped in the 17th place position for a while now. He's about 0.6 of a second behind Will Power, who has the top 10 car as far as speed goes, but lost some time having a hiccup on the restart. Showed a replay from that restart as well, where the 66 car made a pass down in the grass for position, nearly for position. His run kind of stalled out a little bit, and he actually was not able to complete it, but he tried to go down there to make a pass. And that would have been Tony Kanaan in the number 12. They were talking about how he has more downforce in that car than most of the other cars on the field with the setup that they had, and maybe that allowed for him to actually clip the grass, keep going, no major damage on Kanaan's car, and he remains just outside the top 10 in 12th. We're down to 85 laps to go, probably at least 2 more pit stops, if not 3 more stops the rest of the way, depending on how cautions may play out if we get any more. Still just the 1, and we are still on pace for the fastest Indianapolis 500 of all time. You have to beat the 2-hour, 32-minute mark, and this race started at 12:45 Eastern Standard Time. It is currently 2:18 Eastern Standard Time, and we are past halfway. It's just amazing how close the top 10 are at these high speeds as well. The amount of draft that these Indy cars are able to get on ovals is honestly remarkable, especially at this racetrack with the longer straightaways. You wouldn't think that they'd be able to draft quite as well as maybe a full-bodied race car like a NASCAR Cup car, but it's amazing how well that they are actually able to draft, and of course the package lays hand into that they are using as well, but each and every one of these drivers in the field today very, very much talented at their craft. So Rosenquist has had the lead for a few laps now. I'd expect Pato Ward to take the lead again at the start-finish line this time by. We'll see if he'll do so. If not, they'll keep Rosenquist out there just a little bit longer as they're continuing to play a little bit of a strategy game. I think with that caution coming out, it puts these guys more on the window of being able to not make it on 5 stops versus before with it coming out just shy of the halfway mark and them having to pit at lap 94. The amount of caution laps, though, that we did run, we didn't actually go green until lap 101, which was right at the halfway mark. So it's going to depend on how well drivers were able to save fuel under the caution flag period that we had, if it does go green to the end, to dictate whether they will be able to make it or not. Colton Herta less than 2 seconds off the race lead right now. He's got a big run on the backstretch, but not big enough to try to make a pass on Ericsson for the 5th place position. He'll stay in line behind him into turns 3 and 4 once again. He's got a big gap between him, trying to build up another run maybe into turn 1, and we'll see if he can maybe make a pass there. Connor Daly trying to catch up to that lead pack ahead of him, as there's a bit of a gap between himself and Alex Rossi, as the top 7 cars pretty close together, but then it looks like that gap continues to kind of maintain between Rossi and Daly. There was a pass for position made between Kyle Kirkwood and Callum Ilott, as Kirkwood is now up to 9th, Ilott back to 10th. And Axpelos still in 17th place. He got 9 spots initially on the restart within those first 5 laps or so, but just hasn't been able to pick anybody else off since then. Couldn't be in a little bit of a fuel-saving mode. Maybe they think that that's their best chance of trying to win this Indianapolis 500, but that's hoping that everybody else doesn't make it that is ahead of them as well. Pato Ward did retake the race lead that last time by as well on Rosenquist, so it's another lead change as we're down to 80 laps left in the Indianapolis 500. Last lap speed of 223.036 miles per hour on average for race leader Pato Ward. Drivers in the draft, we've seen speeds up over 225 miles an hour on average. In fact, that last lap, Felix Rosenquist dropped a 225.113 mile per hour average. Just absolutely insane. Lowest speed on the lap was 210.2. Lowest speed on the lap. That is insane. And that is in the middle of a tire stint as well, as we've already gone just over 20 laps during this current green flag run. Again, your top 5 right now. Pato Ward is the race leader. Felix Rosenquist is in second. That last time at the line, because they changed the lead, was a little bit less than a tenth of a second. Santino Ferrucci is in third place at 7/10 of a second off the lead. Joseph Newgarden in fourth is 1.2 seconds back, and 1.3 seconds off the lead in fifth is Marcus Ericsson. Another change into the guard for the lead is Felix Rosenquist at the start-finish line. Will take the lead back from Pato Ward this last time by. On the outside of the racetrack, Rosenquist will make it, and back in line quickly is Ward in second. He might have to be careful, because Santino Ferrucci, if he does become more aggressive, could challenge for the second place position if he could stay close enough to the top 2 in front of him when they go to make that exchange. Maybe he feels it's a little too early, knowing there's a couple of pit stops left, and is just kind of biding his time, liking the third place position where he could consistently save fuel and not lead laps, but gonna have to keep the faster pit stops going. Ferrucci's been one of the first cars to pit road most of the day today, despite not being in the clean air and using more fuel, so I don't know if it's maybe a lack of fuel efficiency on the AJ Foyt Racing 14 car, or maybe just the strategy they have with the tire wear consumption, trying to keep them up there with the leaders. I don't feel they're as fast, but honestly, that car's been very quick today. He hasn't been outside the top 5 all day, and look out for Santino Ferrucci. Have a good run. I'm kind of rooting for Ferrucci as a NASCAR fan, and him running part-time in the NASCAR Xfinity Series the last few years. I think it'd be cool to see a Santino Ferrucci win. He has not finished outside the top 10 in his first 4 Indianapolis 500 starts. And another change of the lead between Ward and Rosenquist. It seems like they're changing it more every lap or two now versus every 3 laps, which they were scheduled to do during the third tire stint of the race right before that caution. And they weren't even changing it every 3. It seemed like it was every 5-6 laps before they were actually changing it. But yes, Pato Ward back out in front again, leading that last lap at the line over Rosenquist. We're down to 75 laps to go now in the Indianapolis 500 as the side-by-side commercial break coverage continues on your local NBC affiliate. Be sure to like and subscribe again for more daily NASCAR content. Definitely hit that like button if you haven't already. We're at 74 people watching, 54 likes on the stream. And I have not... Hang on. I was going to say that Not shouted out Philip Moore, Ethan Chua, welcome into the stream. Over recent laps, Patrick Shadley, welcome this afternoon as well. But definitely hit the like button if you haven't done so already. Thomas, thanks for tuning in also.
In 12th place at the moment, hasn't done anything spectacular yet, but he's just been stable.
What do you mean? He went through the grass.
Oh, that's right.
At 2:30.
That's right. That was spectacular.
He's still recovering from that. He's probably watching the highlights on his phone right now, just kind of getting re-amped.
How relaxed was he?
This thing.
How relaxed was he when you chatted to him prior to the race? Just a long conversation.
He was good. Well, I talked to him just before he got in his car, and then of course on the radio. But yeah, he was happy and I think the greatest thing, James, is he was aware of everything that was going on. I raced here 10 times. I was aware of nothing except right in front of me on the racetrack. It felt like Tony was really absorbing and processing the moment.
That's a conscious decision from Tony this month to enjoy everything. You are so singularly focused on the race as a driver, but he knew this was going to be his last. He took the time to really just kind of open up and enjoy.
Look at how stacked up this is. This is wild. I want to show you a replay here just a few moments ago of the teammates again exchanging the lead. But look how long this train is growing.
And guys, they are stretching this thing. The speeds have dropped. Awards down to 207 miles an hour.
Oh my goodness.
Everybody is tiptoeing except Alex Palou. Look at the left-hand side of your screen. The guy we thought was out of this thing is up to 15th. He has more gas because when they had to fix his front wing, they were able to plug in and give him more shell fuel. So Alex Palou is going to take big advantage of everybody going slow here and try to pick his way back to the front.
There goes Callum Eilert for Hunko's Hollinger. Remember, he stopped 3 laps prior to everybody else. Rosenquist back to the lead. Ferrucci third. Then Newgarden, Ericsson, Rossi.
These are starting to look like pace laps, James. They are crawling.
It is shocking how slow they're going. It is allowing Rinus VK to catch back up to the tail end of this field. He didn't go a lap down. Don't think he's got enough time to make much of it, but this is now not only a fuel race, it's going to be a downforce race. We see Marcus Ericsson maybe taking a look at the inside of that red and yellow shell Chevrolet of Joseph Newgarden. Couldn't get it done there, but because it's backing up so much, this is when drivers get impatient and sometimes make bad decisions.
Hey, Marty, what's the leader, Rosenquist and Award? What are you hearing about their downforce request?
A moment ago, Billy Vincent told Felix Rosenquist, I like what you're doing, as he gets pushed down almost to the wall there by Joseph Newgarden. And he said, but you need to save me more. That is why the pace has slowed down so much right now, Kevin.
Here comes Pato O'Ward. He's got to go around Benjamin Peterson's tires, but he's going to have an easy exit. He said, I need help with the rear. They contemplated front wing, but they're making a little bit of, I'm told, a rear wing adjustment. They can do that very slightly. And Pato O'Ward is back out in a little bit earlier this time. They've been running long on previous stints.
Look at Marcus Ericsson. Continues to push his way forward. He's made up 7 positions from where he started. And the defending Indianapolis 500 winner looking good. Let's go inside Chip Ganassi Racing, and in particular the number 10, a little bit of spy cam from Alex Palou's cam. Apologies for the audio there. Little technical hiccup, but nonetheless, that was Barry Wanzer, his strategist. And Barry is that calm voice on the radio. These two guys have bonded so well, formed such a great understanding and relationship.
Palou up to 12th with Award pitting, but he is looking really good on making up the gap. I think that was Tony Kanaan coming to pit lane. This is where you need to get to, lap 132 to 134 to comfortably make it on one more stop. Marty, TK coming down potentially for the second to last time ever on pit lane at Indy.
How crazy is that to think 69 laps to go? TK, like a lot of other drivers, Townsend, stacked on downforce on the last time. You're going to see more downforce go on because it's way sunnier and warmer than everybody thought it would be today. And all the McLaren cars were very trimmed out. His 2 teammates, though, Felix Rosenquist up front having a good run of it. Pato O'Ward also as well. You're going to see this pit stop sequence happen right here, and here comes Felix Rosenquist. And again, I'll reiterate what Billy Vincent told him a moment ago. Love what you're doing. You're not doing enough fuel save here. Coming at 132. They wanted to make it to 133, but could not quite get there. Pit road getting very busy. And with 68 to go, it's going to be tough to make it on a handful of stops here.
Tell you what, we've been singing the praises of the 10 team and Alex Palou in that great comeback. How about within the Ganassi camp, his teammate Scott Dixon? That early setback with the huge vibration, Dixon came in, he just said it was brutal, got serviced and has been on the comeback trail hinge ever since. Now, of course, there's several ahead of him who pitted, but Dixon up to 8th.
It's incredible what this Chip Ganassi Racing squad is doing. When they're dealt a bad hand, they just buckle down and get on with it. But now it'll be interesting to see as we see Felix Rosenquist come out of pit lane ahead of his teammate Pato O'Ward there leading this path. How much further AJ Foyt Racing can go with Ferrucci, and here's the answer, Kevin.
And he was legit running third behind Rosenquist. He said, I can pass him if you want me to. The car is awesome. The last AJ Foyt car to finish in the top 5 here in 2000. He's away.
Overshoots his pit, guys. Herta overshot his pit coming in.
Oh, no, and it's his teammate immediately ahead, Romain Grosjean.
Well, his tires were already changed. I wonder if he stalled maybe coming out.
I think you're right, Rich. Here it is.
Oh, he has...
Contact. They sent him right into his teammate. Although if you watch the right front tire changer, he was telling Colton Herta to hold.
My goodness. Teammates collide on pit road.
That is going to be an uncomfortable Monday morning meeting at Andretti Autosport. That is just not the kind of thing you can deal with. That certainly is under review. Contact in pit lane always has a consequence, Marty.
Gotta say, I'm a little surprised. Alex Palou coming here, working lap 135, 66 to go. They probably could have gone one lap further, but Barry Wanzer making the call to bring him in. That'll be an easy split, 33 laps on each stint.
Yeah, Marty, I think what they want to make sure they cover now is they're back in the hunt. Don't leave yourself out there and a yellow comes and you get trapped and run out of fuel or have to make an emergency stop under a closed pit. We saw that get Scott Dixon, 2 years ago?
Look at this.
Helio Castroneves out in the race lead right now as he was the last car to hit pit road. He is currently on his way in. This will give Felix Rosenquist the race lead once again following pit stops. Pato O'Ward has fallen back through the field just a little bit. It was a very slow stop on O'Ward in that 5 team as he is now right around 7th place. I do think Ed Carpenter still has to hit the pits if I'm not mistaken, so he will be in 6th once Carpenter hits pit road, unless Carpenter is already pitted. Great job by the 33 team coming up out of seemingly nowhere. Very quiet day. He did start 13th. He's been running pretty much around 10th most of the day, but gets a couple of spots during the green flag pit stops and now has a chance to get inside the top 5 here before the potential final set of pit stops in this race. But Marcus Ericsson, Felix Rosenquist are the top 2, and it looks like during this full screen commercial break that Ericsson will take over the race lead from Rosenquist. So following green flag pit stops, this is your top 10. Marcus Ericsson is your race leader. Felix Rosenquist in 2nd. Joseph Newgarden is up to 3rd. Alexander Rossi in 4th. And Santino Ferrucci has dropped back to 5th. Pato O'Ward in 6th, as mentioned. Ed Carpenter in 7th. Connor Daly in 8th. 9th is Kyle Kirkwood. And Takuma Sato rounds out the top 10. So again, that is your top 10 drivers as we are down to 62 laps to go in the Indianapolis 500. One more pit stop left in this race, guaranteed, potentially 2 stops depending on what the fuel situation looks like. A fast race so far today in the Indy 500, still on pace to potentially having the record for the fastest Indy 500 of all time, as we are at just one caution, which was back on lap 91, with the 51 car getting into the outside wall after trying to make a pass on the outside of Graham Rahal, the 24, who was multiple laps down at the time. Sandy L. Godfrey, thanks for tuning into the stream. Appreciate you tuning in, and appreciate everybody that is tuning in so far, as we are at about 75 people watching, 56 likes on the stream. Be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you haven't already. But again, coverage of the Indy 500 here this season. Pretty much any year I don't go to it, I guess we'll be having live commentary of the Indy 500 every year as well. Our first of 2 live commentary streams of the day, as long as the Coca-Cola 600 gets underway at its scheduled start time today because of rain in the area. That may not happen, but I'll keep you guys updated in the community tab, or maybe even in the stream of the race that isn't quite up yet, but I'll have that up as soon as I can at the end of this Indy 500. There is a penalty on Colton Herta following the pit road incident. As you heard, he was early leaving his box as his teammate was coming in, made contact with Romain Grosjean and had to back up into his box, but Colton Herta now with this penalty will fall off the lead lap. Time obviously lost for Grosjean as well. Tough break for Colton Herta as he was running in the, I think, 6th place position at the time. So this is going to drop him out of contention to win the race. And as far as Grosjean goes, he has fallen back to 26. He has been pretty much right around 15th or worse most of the day, Grosjean at least. So tough day for his Indy 500 so far, has only gotten tougher. And both the Andretti Autosport cars in trouble in today's race as far as trying to get one of those two to victory lane. Marcus Ericsson is back out in front in the Honda right now, ahead of 5 Chevys behind him, running 2nd through 6th. To make that 2nd through 7th, instead Carpenter moves up another spot here as he battles with, actually it remains in 7th, I just misread it. He didn't make a pass for position there, but he is still within 2.5 seconds of the lead. And then there's a little bit bigger gap back to where Kirkwood and Alex Palou has now gotten inside the top 10. After restarting in the 26th place position, he got to 17th place pretty quickly, gained a couple spots over the course of the rest of the run, and then right before green flag pit stops, he was able to gas it up. He was able to get to 12th. Following green flag pit stops, when he went in at 12th place, he is now up to 9th, and he is 3.9 seconds off the lead. Don't count Alex Palou out of it in that Honda for Chip Ganassi Racing. He has a very good chance to get himself in contention to still win this race. Usually on these live commentary streams, I give you guys a little bit of a diecast showing. This isn't a NASCAR race, but I do actually have an IndyCar diecast, and it was from when I went to the Indy 500 last year. For those of you that are fans of the channel already, you would know that I am a sucker for blue and yellow paint schemes. Well, the Napa paint schemes have always been my favorite over the year in NASCAR. Over the years in NASCAR, whether it was Michael Waltrip, Martin Truex Jr., even Chase Elliott to this day. And so I had to get an Alexander Rossi IndyCar diecast. Of course, he was the winner of the 100th Indy 500 as well. Maybe one of my favorite IndyCar drivers, has one of the better personalities in the sport. And here it is. So this is the diecast showing of the race. It is an Alexander Rossi number 27 Honda. So there it is. And you can see the underbody of the race car, very flat. I don't know if it actually looks like this or you can see anything mechanical underneath the car. With Indy cars, I really don't know. But whatever the case is, great detail. These cars are very big. They actually don't even fit in my diecast case when I will get my diecast case back up one of these days here. I just moved into an apartment last weekend, so for anybody that watched the live commentary streams from North Wilkesboro last week or so far this weekend, you would know that this isn't my usual setup, so hopefully I'll get the new setup ready to go here within the coming weeks. But yeah, they were always sitting on top. I have this one and a Jimmy Johnson Carvana car from, it would have been the 2021 Indy 500 that I ended up getting last year. So there it is. Hopefully you guys see it well with the camera. And the lighting is good. It's got the aero screen on it, so this would have been within the last couple of years, the specific diecast as well. It might have been from 2021 as well, just like the Jimmy Johnson one. I would not be surprised if that was the case. Kelly O'Neill, thanks for tuning in as well. No problem on the broadcast. And we are at 58 likes. Is there a free pass in IndyCar? I don't believe so. I don't think there's a free pass for being the first car lap down when a caution comes out. They are back from the commercial break, and we have just over 50 to go.
Brought to you by Firestone. On a gorgeous Midwest day, 80 degrees Fahrenheit here at the Speedway, and Marcus Ericsson, who crossed the yard of bricks first last year to become just the second Swedish driver in history to win, is out in front. And as far as fuel, he's looking good too, because of the lead pack, he was the last to stop. This Husky Honda for Chip Ganassi Racing is in the groove.
He is, and he's getting a nice little bonus, which is that black and yellow Gainbridge car of Colton Herta, who's the last car on the lead lap, hoping for a yellow here so that Colton Herta can stack back up. But Ericsson leading with
draft help is ideal. It reminds me of Alexander Rossi back in 2016.
Yeah, but he's not getting the amount of help from Colton Herta that Joseph Newgarden and Felix Rosenquist are getting from Marcus Ericsson. Colton is desperate to put his foot down, catch back up. He's on the tail end of the lead lap, but these other cars, they need to run a slower pace than that.
Ericsson doesn't have a teammate to work with right now, as the Earl McLaren boys are still comfortable in 3rd, 4th, and 5th to work together.
Well, talking about that, Kevin Lee, Pato O'Ward's in 5th. He led 30 laps so far today. What's the story with the Mexican?
And they are not comfortable. Remember, they came in 3 to 5 laps early on the last stint, and there is big trouble.
Rapado, just to keep you in the loop, we aren't filling. We don't know why. We need to maximize our fuel save right now. When we're in the pack, you're currently still P6.
They're not getting full fills. They are short on fuel. They said if we still get a yellow, we can get back in it. But otherwise, they're going to need an extra stop on everybody else, most likely.
Absolutely. They just will not be able to stretch it. The last stop should come around lap 167 to 170 in that range. And at Pato's current situation, he's going to be short of that milestone.
Yeah, when you come into the pits, you try to get all 18.5 gallons available to you of that Shell Racing fuel, and sometimes there are anomalies that just don't let that tank get full, and that is a huge detriment to the race of Pato O'Ward right now.
Hey, Hinch, I watched recently Unleashing the Dragon, where you sat down. It's available on NBC Motorsports on NBC YouTube page. You sat down with Marcus Ericsson and relived last year's Indy 500 win. A lot of veterans commented on that. His engineers commented on it. You were sitting in a theater watching it back with him. You might have to go back to that theater again based on what we're seeing right here.
Yeah, we'll have to put 2 seats in between us for both Baby Borgs if we can keep this performance up. But no, a great opportunity to sit with Marcus and really dissect every stage of the race, what he and his team were talking about, what they were thinking about, what they were strategizing, and ultimately how they came away with the biggest prize in motor racing. And it is not an unfamiliar sight to see that red and white Husky car up front.
One of the coolest spots in this place is when the cars enter turn 3 at speed. Steve Letard is there. Tell us more, Stevie.
Diff, you said it. 300,000 people descend on Speedway, Indiana for the Indianapolis 500 for a lot of reasons, but the number one reason that keeps fans coming back is the daring speed. As we see on the right side, the field's now down in 1 and 2. They're going to exit turn 2 and come down the backstretch. We're in the turn 3 grandstands. These are where the seats are available. And just look at this absolutely raw speed as these cars come into the screen. I'm going to get out of the way and test our cameraman to see how good he can pan and follow along. It's just unbelievable, Diff. It never gets old no matter how many times you've seen it.
Caution is out. What is it for? And it's for Romain Grosjean in the DHL Honda for Andretti Autosport.
The car's dead.
Looks like off of turn 2 again, guys. That was the same spot that he had issues last year. Lap 106 in the race back in 2022. The number 28 found the outside of the turn 2 wall.
Crashed in Texas.
So caution flag is out here. Romain Grosjean has crashed off the exit of turn 2, slid down the back straightaway in the grass. Quite a bit of damage to the right rear wheel, and Grosjean's day will come to an end. Not sure if that may have resulted from the contact that was made between him and his teammate Colton Herta on pit road during the last set of stops, but whatever the case is, Romain Grosjean in the wall at Indy. Got a little loose, slid sideways, pounded the wall hard with the right side of the race car off of turn 2, tried to drive out of it, but then ended up losing control then by the time he got off the banking and onto the straightaway. So Romain Grosjean bringing out the second caution of the race today with right around 50 laps to go in this race. And this will bunch the field back up for another restart as well. We may be seeing some pit stops during this yellow flag period, although we may see some drivers potentially stay out of the pits to save fuel under the caution, get track position knowing that they can make it on one more stop. It's going to be interesting. I think we'll see a split strategy as far as who pits, who stays out here. I don't think everybody's going to come in. I do think there will be drivers that will stay out, and I could see a situation where most drivers stay out and only a couple end up hitting pit road at the back of the field, taking on fresh tires and try to maybe get some track position back. But this is a huge caution for Alex Palou, who made his way up to 9th place, and that was in the stretch of lap 101 to when we went green to about lap 152 when the caution flag came out in a 51-lap stretch, even through green flag pit stops as well. So great recovery for Palou to get back in the top 10. Great points day. Remember, double points for the Indy 500 for the IndyCar schedule as well, but definitely back in contention to potentially win his first at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway on the oval. Appreciate everybody tuning in here today. We do have one more ad break to get out of the way, but we are not going to do that right now. We are going to hold off on that for a moment. So we will hold off on our final ad break until after we get the pit stops under this caution flag period. Whenever pit road ends up opening and NBC comes back from their full screen commercial break. PGB, thanks for tuning in. Georgetown was your pick to win. Yeah, definitely unfavorable weather in Charlotte. This would have been a perfect year to try to go to both races. Field is split. We've got some comers onto pit road, but most of the field staying out, as predicted.
Gamblers and the bankers. These are the gamblers coming in, going to do it on 2 stops, Kevin. Pato Award leads the gambling bunch.
Well, this saves them. They had to have a yellow to be able to get back in play. But we've got 2 distinct strategies going on. So that black Arrow McLaren Chevrolet is in. A little bit slow on the right front. That's going to cost them some time, Marty.
Takuma Sato coming on pit road. Also up front, you see Rinus VeeKay, who was coming under green there, so this really helps them out. So this is interesting. The guys pitting here, Townsend, can run flat out. One more stop left in the race. The other teams that stayed out, they have to save still.
And Ed Carpenter, the pride of Indiana.
So here we go. Going to be setting up for a restart when they come back from the break once again in the Indianapolis 500. Most of the field has 1 pit stop left to go of those that stayed out of the pits during the caution, but quite a few drivers came onto pit road to top off on fuel, take 4 fresh tires. They know they still have to pit one more time, but they're hoping to get some track position back. They will not have to save any fuel versus everybody that did stay out will still be in fuel strategy mode before the end of this race. So this is going to be an interesting restart. You're going to see a lot of attacking going on in those middle positions with the drivers who are at the back of the field of those on old tires versus fresh. Wait to see where the running order will stack up following pit stops. Pato Award was the top driver in the running order that ended up hitting pit road, and I think he was in 6th at the time of the caution. But he was likely going to be short on fuel because they did not get the fuel full when he made his green flag pit stop last right around lap 133 or so. So this is going to be fun. Yeah, 50 lap dash, a little less than that by the time they go green. We're going to have about 45 or 46 laps to go following our second caution of the Indianapolis 500. The race pace to set the fastest Indy 500 of all time, 2 hours and 32 minutes. We are currently 2 hours and 2 minutes into the race. If we stay green to the finish, there is a chance that we could break that record. But if we do get one more caution, then I don't think it'll be possible. We are going to have to go green here very, very soon for us to have a chance to break that record as well here today. So that is a story we've kind of been following with the lack of cautions that have been in today's race. So we will see. Watching on the TV, but listening to me call it. Thanks. Thanks for tuning in. And subscribe if you haven't already for more daily NASCAR content. I do live commentary for all the NASCAR races. This is kind of a one-off with IndyCar, but having the Indy 500 today, I'm going to do both races. Whenever the Coke 600 is raced, be sure to tune in for that race as well. Hopefully it is today, but there is some weather that is depending on whether that Coke 600 will be ran tonight or tomorrow. I do think the weather will be out of the inclement weather, I should say, will be out of Charlotte, North Carolina by the morning. So I know the Xfinity Series race as of right now is scheduled for noon Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. I'm not sure when the Cup race will be exactly, but we have live commentary for the Truck, Xfinity, and Cup Series races every weekend, so there will still be live commentary of the Xfinity Series race tomorrow and the Cup race, whether that be today or tomorrow as well. So we're going to have a doubleheader either today on the channel or tomorrow. It's just depending on what day that doubleheader will be. But again, appreciate everybody tuning in. Be sure to like on the stream if you haven't already. Our goal was 100 likes on the stream. We're at 67 right now with just less than 50 to go. Kelly O'Neill, thanks for tuning in as well back into the stream. Dan Bowers, welcome into the stream. And we will close that poll with about 30 laps to go, so you have a chance to vote for who you think will win this Indianapolis 500. Do you think Alex Palou will make the comeback at 33% of the votes out of the 73 casted so far? Leads of the 3 drivers, Felix Rosenqvist, who might be in the best position of those 3 to win this race, as at 10% of the votes, 8% for Rinus VeeKay, who had a penalty after the race started, obviously damage with Palou on pit road as well. He is pretty much out of contention to win. And other at 49% of the votes right now, which is possible, as Marcus Ericsson is one of the others. He will be the leader on the restart. Ericsson, the defending Indianapolis 500 winner, trying to go back-to-back at Indianapolis. That's an interesting story to watch. He's definitely got a good chance to do so. He's got a fast car leading a lot of laps in the second half of this race, and we'll see if he can get it done. Only the second Swede to ever win the Indianapolis 500 last year. He's got a chance to do it back-to-back seasons. Be unbelievable if he could pull that off. Joseph Newgarden in second place at the time of the caution flag coming out, which is also insane because he has come from 17th place starting position to get to second right before that caution flag came out. This is as high as Newgarden has been in the running order all day today. Alex Rossi's up to 4th, where he was running very early in the race but kind of fell back into the back half of the top 10. Some problems obviously with drivers in front of him, and now he's got a chance to try to attack here on this ensuing restart. They will be going green this time by. Again, there is a slight delay on YouTube to what you will be hearing from me. But we are down to just officially, it'll be lap 157 when the green flag is back in the air, which will mean that there is going to be 44 laps to go. All these drivers going to try to take on this restart, knowing that we will have pit stops within about a dozen laps or so, give or take. Green flag is back in the air in the Indianapolis 500. Will this be the final restart of the day as Ericsson leads him to the start-finish line this time? He's playing defense with Joseph Newgarden, trying to get a run behind him. Newgarden's going to go to the outside of the racetrack, and Newgarden's going to take the lead into turn 1. 3 wide behind them in a battle for third place as well, as I believe Santino Ferrucci will come out with the third place position in the number 14 car. Alexander Rossi picking up a spot on the restart to get to 4th. Felix Rosenqvist still behind him, and Kyle Kirkwood gains a couple positions. Alex Palou up 2 spots. Almost contact in the back of the pack off of turn 2 as they're 3 and scattering almost 4 wide once again as they did on the last restart. A lot of side-by-side racing. One car clips the grass at turn 3, widens up out of the groove, almost making contact with the driver he was trying to clear in the center of the corner. Luckily, there was no contact made, and we continue to stay green a full lap in following the restart. Joseph Newgarden out in front for the first time in the Indianapolis 500, trying to win his first Indy 500 today for Penske Racing, fending off the defending race winner of this said race a year ago, Marcus Ericsson currently, and Alex Palou on the comeback trail, 1.9 seconds off the lead. Ericsson to the inside on the backstretch will take the lead into turn 3. That is the first pass for the lead we've seen on the backstretch into turn 3 today. All the passes for the lead during green flag conditions on the track were made going into turn 1, but Ericsson jumping out ahead into turn 3. Newgarden back in line behind him and looking to slingshot him hopefully sometime soon. He might not be able to do that though, as Santino Ferrucci in the 14 will take over second place. Ferrucci to second, catching Newgarden sleeping, who had lost the lead going into turn 3 on that same lap, and then loses second place going into turn 1. Ferrucci's got a run and is looking to get the AJ Foot Racing 14 car to the race lead. A change of guard between Rosenqvist and Rossi as well, as Felix Rosenqvist will pass Rossi on the outside. Rossi letting him go. Rosenqvist in the 6 car up to 4th. Lost some time on that last restart. He restarted third, and now Ferrucci's going for the lead on the inside of the racetrack. Santino Ferrucci out in front in the Indy 500 with 41 laps to go. His first lead of the race. Santino Ferrucci is out in front now, and it's Marcus Ericsson back in the second place position again. Joseph Newgarden is in third, Felix Rosenqvist fourth, and Alexander Rossi rounds out the top 5. I believe there are about 27 or 28 cars still on the lead lap. And the top probably half a dozen or so, give or take, are in contention to still win this race. Scott Dixon on a good comeback trail as he is up to the 9th place position. He was as far back as 17th at one point on actual speed in the early going, so he is back in the top 10 running order. And Santino Ferrucci out in front for the first time. A lot of contact made on the restart. Showing a replay of that at the back of the pack. One car hopped over the left rear tire of another, caught some air. Luckily, that did not cause an accident. He came back down on all four very quickly, as that could have been a very, very dangerous situation. Whenever you see cars catching air, it's never good. And in that situation, luckily, it wasn't all that bad. Ferrucci stretching out that lead as he's got the pedal to the metal right now, trying to keep the second place cars behind him, not being able to stay in the draft as they run the accordion line down the back straightaway, snaking as they're trying to break the draft at the front of the field and play a little bit of defense, not allowing the cars behind them to get a big run. 38 laps to go in the Indianapolis 500, this time by for Santino Ferrucci. Still one more pit stop again left in this race. We're probably going to see it in about another 10 to 15 laps. We'll see pretty much the top half of the field come in. Everybody that still has to make one pit stop that did pit during that last caution can stay out a little bit longer. Pato O'Ward is the leader of the drivers that just pitted on fresher tires, and he is in the 12th place position as of right now, right behind Simon Pagenaud, who I believe also hit pit road during the caution period. But they have not quite broken into the top 10 at this point, and we will see if maybe they go fuel only to try to have a slightly quicker pit stop. It'd be a bit of a risk, though, because they're going to have to go about 43 laps on their tires. We have seen a bit of cording on the outskirts of the tires, outskirts and the inskirts of these race tires throughout the course of today's race on those longer runs for drivers that have gone 33, 34 plus laps. So 43 might be a little bit of a stretch. It is a side-by-side commercial break right now in the Indy 500 with 37 laps to go. We'll go through the full field running order one more time. Santino Ferrucci has a 0.2 of a second lead over Marcus Ericsson in second. Joseph Newgarden is in third, Felix Rosenqvist fourth, and Kyle Kirkwood in the top 5 for the first time today, now up to 5th. Alexander Rossi's dropped back to 6th off the restart. Alex Palou, or rather Connor Daly, is now in 7th as he passes Alex Palou. Palou is in 8th. Scott Dixon 9th, and Takumo Sato rounds out the top 10. Simon Pagenaud is in 11th, Pato O'Ward in 12th, Will Power in 13th, Ryan Hunter-Reay in 14th, Callum Ilott in 15th, Tony Kanaan is in 16th, 17th is Ed Carpenter, Renus VK in 18th, Colton Herta in 19th, and Delvin DiFrancesco is in 20th. Helio Castroneves in 21st, Scott McLaughlin in 22nd, Christian Lundgaard, in 23rd, Canapino is in 24th, Marco Andretti 25th, Benjamin Peterson in 26th, Graham Rahal 27th, Jack Harvey 28th, David Malukas 29th, and 30th is Roman Grosjean out of the race. 4 drivers out of the race so far. David Malukas back on pit road. I think he was one of the cars that made contact on that last restart. So he's losing laps in the pits currently. Stingray Robb will end up finishing in 31st. R.C. Anderson 32nd. Catherine Legg will round out the 33-car field. So 4 cars out of the race right now. We currently have 26 of them on the lead lap. Graham Rahal is 1 lap down. He's got one of his 2 laps back following a battery issue early in this race. We're running down to the closing laps of the Indianapolis 500 as of right now. And we will take a quick break for the final time today. You're listening live on KRC. I saw a question in the chat about the classic Coca-Cola 600. We actually haven't done Throwback Thursday on the channel the last couple of weeks. I actually haven't been streaming during the week the last couple of weeks since moving into my new apartment. It's a lot of it's not the apartment, but my laptop has been running like very hot recently, and it doesn't seem like there's any way to fix it other than getting a new laptop. And I'm trying to save the laptop because we have had it crash during the stream a couple times, and one of the times was on the live commentary stream at Kansas a couple weeks ago. So I'm really trying to keep the stress off of it. I'm like barely on it. I'm getting notes for the races off my phone now. Just literally using my laptop for streaming purposes only. So in the less streams I do during the week, I could save it for the weekend because those are the more important streams. So we will get back to Throwback Thursdays. I will try to make up as many, if not all, that I can of the weeks that we have missed the last couple of weeks, because we didn't do one for last week. And I don't think we did one for Darlington either, and we didn't do one this week. So I will make it up. I am probably going to have to get a laptop, but I'm having to put back a little extra money for the time being because I just moved into an apartment, spent a lot of money there. I just got a new car last week too, so I'm really trying to kind of milk the clock, I guess, if you will, on getting the new laptop. So as soon as I get one, then we'll catch back up on the Throwback Thursdays. We'll get back to live streaming during the week as well, but as far as the weekends go, just keeping it with the live commentary streams for right now. So Will Power on pit road after he had scrubbed the wall off the exit of turn 2 just a couple of laps ago. So Power is in the pits right now, and I believe he is making now a second stop onto pit road as they have maybe not fixed the issue with the race car. I think they just changed tires the first time. Now they're going to try to make some changes, and Will Power is dropping well back. He was in the top 10 for the first half of the race, not as much in the second half. Santino Ferrucci is down on the pit road for his final stop.
This is good enough to be able to get home. Larry Foy has been talking with him, saying, you can lead if you want. It's going to be tight, but we can get there. Little front wing change. Let's keep an eye on the homes for troops. ABC Supply Chevrolet. Final stop likely. Half turn of front wing, they get it done really quickly. How good is this stop? They needed to be a quick one. Track position is going to be key, and that might have cost them a little time.
They just totally lucked out that random front tire rolling across the track was able to be grabbed by Didier Francesca, the outside front tire changer.
It left the pit box. There's a very good chance of penalties coming.
No, it did not.
It absolutely left the pit box. We'll take another look at that. It was absolutely over the white line.
I don't think so.
Let's have a look. It doesn't matter. It was a slow stop either way, but let's see what happens. That goes over the line.
I don't know.
What do you know? There's a line of the tires over it. I'm not sure if it's a penalty, but it 100% was out of the pit box.
Well, I don't know if it'll be a penalty because it's under control of the right front tire changer. What a brilliant job from Didier Francesca to reach out and grab that.
Wow. However, while he has stopped and said, I'm coming in to set the tone for the rest, did you notice that Connor Daly also came in and stopped as well? Where's that going to put him? Here they come, Kevin Lee. There is a heap of cars on pit lane.
The American from Tennessee, Joseph Newgarden, has done everything but win the Indy 500, 2 championships, the winningest IndyCar driver, maybe one stop away from a win here at Indy, Marty.
Marcus Ericsson feels very good about the car. The team saw the stop by Ferrucci's team. They know they need a clean one here. Going for back-to-back 500s. Rosenquist also on pit road here. Everyone flat out for the rest of the race with 29 to go.
All right, so where is Santino Ferrucci? Here he comes into turn 1.
Penalty for Ferrucci, but it's not a drive-through. It's a warning and it's a monetary fine. He is still in this race.
As he goes by Scott Dixon, Kyle Kirkwood, he's going to have the run on Joseph Newgarden.
Here comes Ferrucci. Here's the battle. Ferrucci drafts up on Rosenquist, who beats him out.
Inside for Ferrucci on Rosenquist.
So it's just Marcus Ericsson that stays in front.
All right, go get him.
Go get him is the call.
Here we go. Your reigning champion, your defending 500 winner is out front with less than 30 laps to go. But Santino Ferrucci chewed him up and spit him out earlier. It's now Felix Rosenquist on the inside of the 14.
I was surprised that Ferrucci didn't defend Rosenquist more aggressively. Ferrucci's struggling to get this thing wound up and up to speed. Cold tires, but should be warm at this point. And now Newgarden and Kirkwood are coming strong.
How about Kyle Kirkwood? Don't discount Kyle Kirkwood. Here comes Newgarden on the outside of Ferrucci. The Shell Chevrolet.
That's the move that Ferrucci's been putting down on people, Marty, but Joseph Newgarden pulled it off as Rossi's in the pits.
Alexander Rossi still in contention for a top 5, said he wanted a fairly big wing change. Alex Palou also coming in. Expect Sato, all the other teams that were on the alternate strategy to come shortly.
Guys, Felix Rosenqvist is all over the back of Marcus Ericsson in that red and white Husky Honda for Chip Ganassi Racing. There's Rossi now, bottom of your screen.
Look who's joining the party. Rossi's going to come out, fall back to maybe 4th, and then wind it up to speed as Rosenqvist charging on Ericsson.
Countryman on countryman here, the only two Swedish drivers in the race, and they are battling for the honors here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Oh, start rubbing your hands together. It is on for the final 25 laps of this race.
25 laps to go in the Indianapolis 500. Pato O'Ward is currently a race leader as he is one of the few that still have to make one more pit stop before the end of this one. In fact, the top 11 cars still have to hit pit road because they pitted during the caution flag period, which was outside the fuel window to make it to the end of the race. All those drivers expected to pit right at or around lap 189. We are currently at lap 177, so about a dozen laps, give or take, for those cars to hit the pits. Marcus Ericsson, Felix Rosenqvist, Joseph Newgarden are the top 3 of the drivers that have already hit pit road from 11th on back that are going to be battling for the win in this race. Alexander Rossi is right behind them as well, and Santino Ferrucci, who had actually gotten by as many cars as up through Rosenqvist, and only Ericsson was ahead of him coming out of the pit lane, has now lost a couple of positions since the stop. So no penalty for that uncontrolled tire, at least for the race goes. It sounds like a monetary fine will be the penalty for Santino Ferrucci, but he's still in contention to win this race. He was leading when the green flag pit stops had started about a half a dozen laps ago, or just more than that ago now. Pretty much with about 30 laps left is when they pitted. They're all able to make it on fuel to the end of this race. There's no more fuel-saving mode. It is a race to the checkered flag for this point, and as of right now, it is Marcus Ericsson, Felix Rosenqvist, and Joseph Newgarden, who again are all battling for the potential race win in the Indianapolis 500 here today. Be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. If you have not already on the stream, we have 158 people in the chat watching, 74 likes. Our goal was 100 likes on the stream. Hopefully everything is running well today, and hopefully we can get the Coca-Cola 600 live commentary stream in later. Again, that is going to depend on weather at the Charlotte, North Carolina, Concord, North Carolina area. But that will be coming up hopefully later on today. 5:30 is our scheduled start time for that. Again, weather pending. Pato O'Ward's still out on the racetrack. It still has to hit pit road. Now only the top 6 cars are still out there. Marcus Ericsson continues to lead the pack of cars that has already pitted and can make it on field to the end. Alexander Rossi has just passed Joseph Newgarden for the 9th place position on track, eventual 3rd place position once everybody pits, and Ferrucci's still the 5th of those drivers that can make it to the end. Alex Palou on his comeback trail after contact with Venus VK, back in the pit stops earlier on the second set of stops, it was the third set of stops during the caution flag period, but he restarted 26 after that first caution lap 101. He would be 7th place once everything cycles. Pato O'Ward is now in the pits as well as Marco Andretti. So only Ryan Hunter-Reay, Callum Ilott, Colton Herta, and Canapino are the 4 drivers out on the track that still have to hit pit road. Alex Rossi trying to creep himself in contention here, desperately trying to stay with the top 3. He's not quite as close to those top 3 cars and may need them to change position a little bit more to keep up in the draft, as he just doesn't seem to have the speed that they have had pretty much throughout the course of today's race, and not just right now. 21 laps to go.
Lane, and remember, as Kevin reported earlier, they're having trouble packing fuel in that thing.
And they could have gone a little bit longer, but the plan was as soon as you catch them traffic, that's when we're going to peel off. They need to do fast laps. Everyone else is saving just a little bit. They can go as hard as they want to go.
Game on now for Pato O'Ward. Look at where everybody else is coming. He's been released for the final time. Look to the left to see the effective leader. Here come the pack.
Guys, he's going to be in the mix here.
Yeah, he will.
He's going to be in this conversation for sure.
And Alex Rossi again. That looked like a replay of last lap. Here comes Pato Award. I think Ericsson will get him, maybe Rosenquist, but Pato Award should slot into third and be able to defend on Newgarden.
And he's got much newer tires.
Beside you, outside.
Not much.
Outside, Felix, you're clear.
Clear in third with Newgarden hot in pursuit.
That worked out.
This is for the win.
That worked out very nicely for Pato Awards. You heard his engineer Will Anderson say, "Mix 3, this is for the win." It's Alex Rossi so close to the wall.
Just a little subtle reminder, this is for the win. And let's not forget that Pato Award told Al Kevin Lee earlier when Kevin asked him, if you're in the position you were a year ago to make a move on the last lap for the win, he said, I'll be going for it this year.
He had a good shot last year, but he was very conservative, backing out of the throttle. What does Rosenquist do here? Look at Award!
Oh!
Inside, almost a pass on the grass, gets second. So now the two guys who were duking it out on the final laps last year, it's a rematch, it's a repeat.
2.0, the battle, Ericsson v. Pato Award. We have another thrilling battle coming. It's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out. Marcus knows how to lead this race at the end. He knows how to break the draft, how to unleash the dragon, as it were. But Pato Award in that black McLaren is hounding him.
Pato's got a little bit.
Pato Award has slightly fresher tires and is looking to attack for the race lead to the inside on the back straightaway with 17 laps to go. We'll take the lead into turn 3. It's an actual battle for fourth right now as the top three cars still have to hit pit road one final time. But Pato Award has just passed Marcus Ericsson for the eventual race lead. Now Ericsson will be the man on the attack. And Award, with the freshest tires of anybody in that lead group right now, is the one trying to play a little bit of defense. Joseph Newgarden has made a pass for the eventual third place position over Felix Rosenquist. Into the wall goes Rosenquist. He gets nearly ran into from behind. The caution flag is out. He's going to spin back across traffic. Tire just flew into the grandstands up over turn 3. One car is overturned upside down into the wall. Oh my goodness, a terrible crash. Terrible crash for the 27 of Kyle Kirkwood. He is sitting upside down on the back straightaway. And a tire just flew into the grandstand area in turn 2. Oh my goodness. I couldn't tell whose tire it was. I don't know if it was Kyle Kirkwood's or not. Oh my. They are checking on Kirkwood right now off of turn 2. I thought the tire went over the fence. I'm not entirely sure if that is the case or not. It did look like it from the camera angle though. Terrible crash at the Indianapolis 500 with about 16 laps to go. This may be a red flag period. We are still under caution as of right now. Kyle Kirkwood is moving around in his race car. They have flipped his car right side up. And it looks like Rosenquist, who had made contact with the wall, which initially started that accident, is out of his race car already. And it looks like they are bringing the cars to pit road this time to display the red flag. Following a terrible crash in turn 2 with about 16 laps to go in the Indianapolis 500. We have not seen a replay yet. They are still working on trying to get Kirkwood out of the race car. He was moving around, but he was the car that actually ended up hitting Ericsson, who had spun out, or sorry, not Ericsson, Felix Rosenquist, who had spun out right in front of the rest of the leaders that were charging behind him. He was running in fourth, I think, of the car, third place of the cars that were, no, it was fourth, because Newgarden just passed him going into turn 1. So Newgarden completed the pass. They're showing a replay for the first time now. Newgarden made a pass for third on the outside, cleared him, and it just looked like the wake of the dirty air had gotten the 6 car of Rosenqvist a bit tight. He hit the outside wall. The wheels kind of got clung up on it. And then as he was going into turn 2, ended up losing control, spinning out. And right in front of a pack of oncoming race cars, the 27 of Kyle Kirkwood, who's having a phenomenal day, was in the top 10, had just clipped him, and the left rear tire of Kirkwood's car came up off the ground and I believe parachuted over the grandstands, over the fence towards the grandstand area in turn 2. Another one of his tires ended up coming off in the aftermath of the wreck while he was sliding upside down. I believe it was the left front at that point. A scary scene here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Still trying to see how Kirkwood maybe ended up upside down. I think when he hit the wall, he was right side up, but only being on 3 wheels, and then that left front ended up coming off shortly thereafter. He ended up with the impact into the wall. Yeah, it was the impact into the wall, which then flipped the car upside down once it was sliding sideways. A lot of sparks flying in the cockpit area of Kirkwood's race car. A in-car camera faced on his helmet. During the crash, the tire did go up over the fence. It didn't go into the grandstands, but hopefully nobody was injured with the debris flying over the grandstand area there in turn 2. It did go over the fence. It didn't go into the grandstands, but it did go over the fence. And hopefully there were no spectators that were down on the ground level where that tire flew over. We can only hope, and any further word that we get from the incident at the racetrack, I will relay that message back to you guys, but that is currently what we are under red flag for, following a crash with about 16 laps to go. Yeah, it missed the grandstands and went over the fence, but there still could be people that were standing potentially under the like in the area where there weren't grandstands. I would hope nobody was over there, but there is also a lot of camping in that area of the racetrack. I know from being there in person on the backstretch too, that hopefully there weren't, people with tents or anything of that nature, but that is never what you want to see.
It would be my hunch.
There were a lot of cars. It looked like a tire bounced off of one of the vehicles in the parking lot. Not the parking lot, but the actual parking area inside the track.
In pit lane. The cars are in pit lane. We have moved to a red flag situation. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
Totally.
And look at where we are, though.
Pato
O'Ward and Marcus Ericsson under red flag with a handful of laps to go.
It's the reverse of what it was last year with Ericsson in front with O'Ward behind. That the red came out with 5 to go last year. We've got 14 to go here. Again, we are under this red flag. The track being cleaned up. Both drivers involved in this incident are okay. Kyle Kirkwood. Wild ride.
Terrible crash at the Indianapolis 500. 2-car incident involving Kyle Kirkwood and Felix Rosenqvist. After Rosenqvist had caught a dirty air patch in turn 1 after being passed cleanly by Joseph Newgarden. Went up the hill into the wall in turn 1, ended up finally losing control of his car on the entry to turn 2. He spun sideways. Kirkwood ran up over the left side tires of the backwards sliding Rosenqvist race car. Ended up into the outside wall. His left rear tire parachuted over the fencing in the grandstand area of turn 2. The tire did miss the actual grandstand seating, but it did look like it was bouncing around between vehicles that were parked, I should say, outside of the fencing area, but inside the actual facility of the racetrack. And then the tire kind of bounced a couple times and stayed within the fencing. It didn't go into the parking lot, thankfully, but hopefully everybody is okay. There were nobody standing by those vehicles where the tire had hit. I don't know if that was maybe security vehicles that were over there, or worker vehicles that were over there, but hopefully there was nobody at or around the tire that did portray over the fencing again in turn 2. That is the probably the scariest part of the accident, because Kyle Kirkwood is okay, or at least seems to be okay. He has exited his race car under his own power following his flip. He was trying to keep his helmet, it looked like, fastened while he was sliding upside down. The sparks were flying. He had both hands up on his helmet, off the wheel, trying to stay trying to keep it. I mean, I'm sure it was going to stay on, but maybe just trying to feel more secured inside the race car. Racing Champion 76, thanks for tuning into the stream. Tyler Burback, thanks for tuning in. Daniel Miller, welcome in. I'm not sure who else has all entered the chat here. Recent laps. Michael Maroots fan number 8, thanks for tuning into the stream also. Scary crash late in the Indianapolis 500 with approximately 16 laps to go has put us under a red flag period, following one car going upside down in turn 2. That was Kyle Kirkwood. He is okay, and the car he had hit is okay as well, of Felix Rosenquist. I think that is the first flip of the month of May for IndyCar this year. And hate to see that happen, but again, hopefully everybody spectator-wise is good.
Disabled Rosenquist car, sending a tire back over beyond the grandstand, just barely missing where the folks were sitting. Meantime, as everybody is just catching their breath and taking stock of where they are and what's going on, Santino Ferrucci, who had made a run earlier, was in 8th at the moment. Let's listen in on his radio.
Are you all right, bud? I think you got tagged a little bit behind. Oh, he just missed us. Holy That was awesome. Great job, man. Great job. Brett, hey, get packed up. Get packed up. Hell of a job, kid. Good job. Dude, I don't know how he didn't hit me.
A lot of folks know that moment, so all the cars brought here to pit lane as we are in a red flag situation for the moment, and we are here just to the left of where those cars are, the Peacock pit box with Danica Patrick and Dale Earnhardt Jr. That was a hold your breath couple of moments there.
Wow. You heard Santino Ferrucci. He was so overwhelmed, because let me tell you, when you're in the car and that stuff is going down and you miss it, you almost don't know how. There's so much adrenaline, so much going on, and there's so much that you can't see beyond you. Marcus Harrison gets high, he loses it, breaks the right front, unable to turn the car. As he spins up, Kirkwood clips him. Obviously, the tire went flying. That is a high adrenaline situation, on top of the fact that it's 15 to go, I think, at that point in time. So this is going to be a crazy finish.
Yeah, and as this car is out of control, cars coming from behind, trying to miss, spinning up the racetrack. They're in all of those marbles, right? There's only so much they can do to try to miss the car. So as you hear the rest of the field firing engines on pit road, we'll get this race back underway. But nasty crash, fascinating camera work right here to be able to see what a driver goes through when the car is upside down, sliding across the racetrack. So thankful for the safety measures here in IndyCar.
Incredible. The hands in there to protect off the wheel, and there you see the thumbs up from Kirkwood as he came out. Both drivers involved, many others all reported okay for the moment, certainly to the infield care center for another look as the cars head back out on the track. And what happens in a moment like that where all of that is going on around you, and now it's re-click, refocus to chances to win the race?
Well, thank goodness everything kind of slows down, whether it's that scenario or this one coming up. As a driver, you're taking in so much information, and it really does. Time does slow down a little bit. We're watching it, and it's happening instantaneously, but they're going to have their hands full for sure. This restart is going to be crazy, as we're seeing the best and maybe one of the only real times, if you're deeper than the first couple of cars, is going to be on this restart. This restart is where everything is on the line. Once it gets strung out, then it's going to, I think, be between first and second.
It's interesting to see how Pato O'Ward could just slice right up through there to take the lead. McLaren controlled the early part of the race, but that was really when everybody was conserving. No one knew really who had what, who was the dominant car, and when it came time to go, he was the one that went. Really impressive.
Ryan Hunter-Reay was leading the race. We were watching the race behind because of expected fuel stops. Now they just recycle the field and bring everybody back down pit road here to get them lined up that way with Ryan Hunter-Reay, the 2014 champ, up there at the moment. Let's go down to pit road. What are you seeing? What are you hearing? Marty Snyder.
Let's chat with Brad Goldberg, the engineer for Marcus Ericsson, who engineered him to the win last year. Oddly enough, another red flag here. How familiar was that, Brad?
Oh, that's a bit of deja vu for sure. You know, there's probably, 10 laps to go by the time we get going again. It's a red flag race. I think we've done pretty well in those. So at the end of the day, we need to get through the restart clean, get through the first couple laps clean. Yeah, the 5 car has a bit of a tire advantage on us, but he doesn't have Marcus Ericsson behind the wheel.
Taylor Kyle, the guy who calls strategy, had to kind of calm Marcus down. When he got here on pit road, he was a little panicked. Why?
There's just a lot of information going on. The pace car picked up the leader, but it was just confusion, and then they told us all to come down pit lane. We came down pit lane, and they told us to shut the engine off, and it's like, oh no, we're supposed to drive back around, what are we doing? So it's just a little bit of confusion.
You mentioned red flag wins, Kevin. What is it, maybe 3 Marcus Ericsson has when the race goes red flag at the end? Ericsson's awfully good.
There was a lot of confusion from different teams whether to shut the car off or not. In the number 5 Arrow McLaren's down. Zach Brown, the CEO of McLaren, is here. At one point, I know you guys were in trouble not getting a full fuel fill. How are you now essentially leading this race?
Team's done a great job. Yeah, we had a little bit of drama there, but that sorted itself out. So we're on a good set of tires and have all the fuel to get to the end. So it's going to be a bit of a dogfight, as Pato would say, and Alex there in effectively P4. So I think everyone's having a lot of fun. I'm not sure how much fun I'm having right now.
What do you think Pato might have learned from being in this exact same situation a year ago?
Well, with a couple of the same cars around them, so I think it's going to be exciting. These guys are all going to go for it, I'm sure, with 10 plus laps to go. So hopefully we can do one better than last year.
Thanks, Zach. By the way, Zach Brown had choices today. The biggest Formula One race in Monaco. He's here at the Indy 500, Dave.
Team Penske President Tim Cinder calls strategy for Joseph Newgarden. So when this cycles through, got to battle Pato and Marcus. Have you seen the performance out of the 2 car that can get it done?
Yeah, I'm not 100% convinced the other 3 cars are going to pit. I don't think this race is over yet. And I think if you assume it goes green, they can't make it. But you never know. I mean, you're talking about the Indy 500. So, whether or not they clear the course for these 3 guys to go at it or not, I think if they don't, these 3 still have a good shot at it. But it's going to be busy here on the restart for sure.
You know how badly your driver wants this. You know how badly he wants this.
Well, I think they all want it really badly. I mean, Pato O'Ward's been sitting here 12 months thinking about the last laps of the last race, so I don't think he's going to give an inch, especially with the same guy. So I think everybody out there wants it as bad as Newgarden does. Yeah, he hasn't had it, but there's other guys out there that haven't either.
Dylan, it is the Indy 500. Everybody wants it.
So absolutely, Dave. Unfortunately, not going to be the day for Felix Rosenqvist. We'll have a replay for you here, but what did you feel? Just dirty air? Was it something else?
Yeah, I just got passed by, I don't remember who it was, but I got on the wrong side of the wake and just, pushed, and then I almost got it, but the rear came out right before the exit of the corner, and then I just hit the wall, and I tried to stay up there, but eventually I think something broke in the rear, and I just came back on the track, and unfortunately Kyle hit me, so really unfortunate for him as well. We had a hell of a race, man. Really proud of my team. Our McLaren SP Entity Data car was just amazing, and it's tight, and I didn't really have a push like that until that point. It's such small margins, and I came on the wrong side of it, so sorry for my team. We had a hell of a run, but glad everyone is okay, and we just had to regroup.
Thank you, Felix.
Oh boy, what an end to this 107th Indy for a guy who was at the front a lot today. Felix Rosenqvist led 33 laps. His McLaren team has led 92 laps in total. What a day for them, but that's not the way that Fro, as he's affectionately known, would have liked this to have finished. But for himself and for Kyle Kirkwood to be okay, so to speak, is a relief, considering the ferocity of that crash. Very confronting indeed. And you saw Kyle Kirkwood give the crowd a clap and the thumbs up as he was going away with the AMR safety team. So what it does do is it sets up for a wild finish, doesn't it? Another crazy sprint. By the way, just got a word that we have had a report that nobody, and I know that many of you at home wondering what happened with that errant wheel and tyre, and it went flying and it hit the front of the white car where all the yellow shirts are standing around. Nobody injured. No reported injuries. That is a massive relief. Massive relief. Let's join Marty Snyder.
Let's check in with Brian Barnhart, his driver Alexander Rossi trying to get his second Indianapolis 500. They'll lift the red here in a moment. Brian, if you were betting on any driver in the field to have a fantastic restart, kind of where would you rank your driver?
Well, right up there near the top. Really happy and proud of the Arrow McLaren guys. Got a couple of great shots up there with Pato and Felix, or with Alex, and looking forward to a great finish here for the last 10 or 12.
You guys started this day so trimmed out with very little downforce. You've had to work hard just to be in this spot.
Yeah, I got a little loose on him there, but dialed it back in, and now we're all in good position. See what we got.
All right, nobody, Kevin, maybe more aggressive on restarts than Alexander Rossi. We'll see how aggressive he's willing to be for a second 500.
I might think about Santino Ferrucci being just as aggressive as well. Larry Foyt is on the A.J. Foyt racing stand. First, before we get to your car, do you think the three in front that were off sequence might be able to stay out to the end and not need to pit?
I think they can make it. I mean, we think it's going to be super close, but I think they can make it. Obviously, they got a lot of laps on their tires, so it's going to be super interesting to see what happens here.
What a story that would be. That's Dreyer and Reinbold and Huko's Hollinger Racing taking up those three spots. What do you make of what Santino has done today?
Oh, he's driven a great race. I mean, the car's been fantastic. Crew was great. We had that small hiccup on the last stop, but it didn't cost us too much, but just so proud. The Homes for Our Troops car has been super fast. Sexton Properties just... man, you still don't know what can happen. This race gets crazy here at the end. It's going to be exciting.
There is a good chance for the best finish for A.J. Foyt Racing in this race in over 20 years today with Santino Ferrucci.
So the field, sitting there, I just had a flashback myself. The driver of the number 23 Root Chevrolet there for Dreyer Reinbold is the Indy 500 winning driver, IndyCar champion Ryan Hunter-Reay. I spoke to him about this very scenario on our Peacock pre-race show, saying when you won your Indy 500, you had to sit through a red flag period and then reset, regroup, and go again. How was that? He relived that moment, and now he's living it again. Gets told to fire up. However, he is off sequence from the other guys at the front that he's racing.
We don't think he has nearly enough fuel to make it, but it totally depends. If this is a restart in another yellow, you'd never know if Hunter-Reay and Callum Ilott and Agustin Canapino might be able to stretch it and pull off some magic.
Hey, look, Takuma Sato didn't think he was going to be able to do it.
There you see last pit stops for everybody. It's been since lap 152 for the top three runners, and they've got to be close to being forced to come in. But at this point, you stay out and cross your fingers, roll the dice.
All right, fellas, let's hit the rewind button. Let's go back a year ago and remind ourselves what went down between Marcus Ericsson and Pato O'Ward. Ericsson on the right, O'Ward up high. Ericsson takes the lead. O'Ward was shadowing him, and this is where Marcus Ericsson unleashed the dragon.
And this is the move that Pato O'Ward would like another shot at. Huge run of momentum, but he backs off. Ericsson with the white fist in the air, the white glove in the air, and the white milk everywhere.
Can he repeat for the first time since Elio Castro Neves in 2001, 2002 to win a bonus $420,000? There is his wife, Iris. Recently they got married. Oh boy, that'd be a wonderful belated wedding gift.
Just want to mention this little factoid of Marcus Ericsson's 4 victories in the IndyCar Series. Every single one of them has had a red flag interruption.
Nashville, Detroit, or Detroit then Nashville.
St. Pete this year.
St. Pete and Indy 500 last year. So it's going to plan, maybe, sort of, Marty.
Well, Marcus Ericsson's been a terrific champion this year, Diff. You know, he says the gift that keeps on giving, as he described it to me. Throwing out the first pitch for the Yankees, the Kentucky Derby a few weeks ago, and then also taking the trophy, the Borg Warner, back home to Sweden. He said that's when it really hit me. I had no idea there were that many fans of mine in Sweden. But Iris, his wife, we showed her a moment ago, Dave, she really had some great advice from Marcus this week. She said, listen, you have said yes to everything for the last year, honey. It is time to shut down the schedule, focus on your car, focus on your team, and get ready to win a second 500. He just might do it.
Marty, we know when the wife speaks, you got to listen. So good job, Iris. Checked in with the Hunter Ray team. There is no way they can make it. I asked them when they need to pit. They said as soon as pit road opens.
Yeah, you see Ryan Hunter-Reay.
So the top three cars of Ryan Hunter-Reay, Callum Ilott, and Augustine Canapino are on their way to pit road as we speak. This will give Pato O'Ward the race lead following a caution, really a red flag period, following a scary incident in Turn 2. Nobody was injured from both the accident and spectator-wise. There was a tire that flew up over the catch fence in Turn 2. It missed the grandstand seating, thankfully, and ended up hitting a white car and then bounced around a couple times before stopping, but nobody, luckily, had gotten hit by that tire or any debris that had gone over the catch fencing area. I think it was just the tire that went over. I don't think there was any other debris, thankfully. So again, all parties are okay from that incident, both from a spectator standpoint as well as the driver standpoint. They did end up stretchering off the driver of the 27, Kyle Kirkwood, but he had a thumbs up. He was clapping with the fans, so I don't know if he has any sort of an injury, maybe lower body, or if there is they were just stretching back there just for safety precautions, making sure that he wasn't going to walk off in case something was injured from that accident. But whatever the case was, he was in good spirits. So we are now set for the finish of the 107th running of the Indianapolis 500. We currently have 12 laps to go under the caution. As they continue to click away laps, the sense of urgency will only grow more and more with less green flag laps that we will have to the finish. Hopefully this is the final restart. Hopefully we have a safe finish to this race following that scary incident. Things calmed down just for a little bit during this red flag period, but they're about to ratchet back up again. The top 5 drivers for this ensuing restart will be Pato O'Ward in the lead, Marcus Ericsson second, Joseph Newgarden third, Alexander Rossi fourth, and Santino Ferrucci will be the top 5. Alex Palou, who's on a great comeback in this one, is now up to 6. Connor Daly is up to 7th place. Scott Dixon with a great recovery as well to 8th. And Renus VK out of seemingly nowhere is back in the top 10 to 9th. He's had a fast car today. And Colton Herta currently rounds out the top 10. Not sure exactly when they'll get one to go. But again, nobody was reported injured from that incident. We have just over 600 people watching. Only 96 likes on the stream. So be sure to hit that like button. Our goal was 100. We should easily get there. But again, hit the like button if you haven't done so. Subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you haven't already. If you are new, we do daily NASCAR live stream. Well, I should say we do live commentary streams for the races on the race weekend for the NASCAR Truck, Xfinity, and Cup Series. We still have the Xfinity race that will be tomorrow, scheduled for noon Eastern Standard Time after that got rained out yesterday, and the Coca-Cola 600 later tonight. I did see some comments in the chat earlier about them moving the race to tomorrow. I haven't heard anything. If you saw during the red flag period when I was playing the commentary of the race on NBC, I was actually looking to see if there were any updates. On NASCAR's website, they haven't put anything up yet, so I will have more on that in the community tab then following the finish of this race when I actually go onto Twitter and stuff on my phone. But as of right now, I have no update on that, so I can't guarantee whether it was actually moved to tomorrow or not, or if that's just speculation. But I know there was rain in the area of Concord, North Carolina once again. So thankfully, again, everybody was okay from that incident. We are in a situation right now. Again, this is a race in the dash for cash, basically. We're going to have 10 laps to go on the restart for the Indianapolis 500 if they go green this time by. I'm not sure if they will get the green flag this time or not. I don't believe so. I think the pace car's still on the track as they're in turns 3 and 4, so they will not be going green this time. This will add one more lap of caution at least. And that's one less lap that Pato O'Ward will have to play a little bit of defense here on Marcus Ericsson, Joseph Newgarden, Alexander Rossi, and Santino Ferrucci. Most of the drivers that are in the top 5 right now have been there for most of the race. Joseph Newgarden took a long time to get in contention for this race lead and actually led laps here in the second half. At one point, actually, here is Kyle Kirkwood with Dylan Welsh.
Santino, or have the car spinning in front of you, not be able to see, but then the aftermath as well.
Yeah, I mean, the aftermath, everything happens so quick, you don't really know what happens. All I've heard right now is that I was up in the fence, which is never a good thing in IndyCar. But thank God these cars are so safe, because right now it was, it could have been a lot worse based on, exactly what just happened there. And I see the sparks flying everywhere. You know, that was the scary part, because no one's getting to me and I'm upside down. You're kind of stuck at that point. But I'm just glad I'm so safe, man. Our AutoNation Honda was just so good today, and we felt like we were going to win it. We were just driving 3 cars there in that second to last stint. So glad I'm okay. Glad the car was super fast, but disappointed in that finish, no doubt.
Thanks, Kyle. Glad you're okay.
Again, that was Kyle Kirkwood. He is okay following the incident after exiting the infield care center. So here we go. This is the finish of the race. They will be going green this time by. The pace car is now on pit road. We will have 9 laps to go in a dash for cash to the finish. If we do get another caution, it may end under yellow, so hopefully we stay green to the checkered flag. Pato O'Ward, again, is your race leader on the restart. And then we have Marcus Ericsson in second, Joseph Newgarden in third. Once again, subscribe if you haven't already. If you are new to the channel for more daily NASCAR content, we'll bring you the finish of this Indianapolis 500 as we've done all race long from the start. And cap off what has been a pretty good race thus far. Pato O'Ward going to lead the field off turn 4, gets a pretty good launch, trying to keep the speeds down so there isn't as much draft going on. Very, very slow as they enter, and I think that might be the caution flag actually back out in the air again, so never mind. They have thrown the caution flag back out. We are not going green this time by. I was wondering why they were still slow in turn 4. I was like, this is very creeping start, but caution flag displayed still. They have not officially gone green. They have added 1 more lap. And the sense of urgency will only grow under the caution period once again. False alarm, we are not going green yet. Hopefully this next time by we will. I don't know if there was safety equipment on the track or what the case was for adding the extra lap of caution there, but we are waiting to go green still. I can't show the race for copyright reasons, but I'll give you guys my best commentary as usual on these types of streams. John W., thanks for tuning in. Michael Thimsick, hopefully I said your name correctly one of those times. James Taylor, welcome into the stream. Chase Elliott, Keyboard Warrior, welcome in here. Recent Laps, my dog Fulton, thanks for tuning in. Dale Campbell, I see you in the chat also. There's been a lot of newcomers into the chat. David Beebe, over Recent Laps. Thanks for everybody that has tuned in all throughout the course of today's race. Now it is time for the finish of the Indianapolis 500. We'll have 8 laps to go this time by. As they work their way off turn 4, the green flag is back in the air. It'll be Ericsson going to the outside for the race lead on Pato O'Ward, who's down on the bottom. Joseph Newgarden is behind. He'll take it 3 wide for the race lead, and Joseph Newgarden's got the lead. Into turn 1, he goes 3 wide to the outside. He is clear, and now out in front trying to win his first ever Indianapolis 500. Joseph Newgarden with a daring 3 wide pass on the top. Pato O'Ward fell from the lead back to third. A huge changing of positions going on in the back half of the field. One car almost down into the grass trying to make a pass. Oh, one car's around. Pato O'Ward's hard into the outside wall. The front of his car is up off the ground. Back down on all 4. And we are under yellow once again. Pato O'Ward gets squeezed by Ericsson. There's another car in the wall behind them off of turn 3. And another late race caution. One car just slammed Pato right at the last second once again. Well after the caution, one car was into Pato O'Ward hard. It was a 78. Well after the crash, and he ended up off of the ground and then back down on all 4 hard. Another vicious accident late in this race. Augustine Canapino was the driver that hit a ward there right at the end. I couldn't tell who else was in the wall backwards in turn 3. First time we've seen an accident at that end of the racetrack today. And another red flag period will be displayed, so this race will not end with 7 laps to go. The red flag is out. They will stop the cars, I think, back on pit road this next time. And another hold your breath moment there. Joseph Newgarden is the leader at the time of the caution. A hard crash in turn 2. Oh my goodness. You hate to see this kind of a race at the very end where we had such a clean race all day. And a couple of scary accidents all of a sudden in the closing laps of the 2023 Indianapolis 500. We'll have 6 laps to go as we are under the red flag currently. Joseph Newgarden, again, is your race leader following another crash, bringing out our second red flag in the last 15 laps of the race.
Nobody more familiar with the story than Ashley of how this race has escaped Joseph Newgarden, one of the best drivers in IndyCar, a 2-time series champion, and it's been a point of annoyance that he has not been able to grasp this one. Well, maybe today is the day that all of that changes. Let's show you some replays of why we're under a second red flag. Watch the black and white car to your right.
You see that late pop out. He faded to the right, then dives back left. He goes all the way into the grass hounds, and you saw his left sides hit the dirt.
Look at the save from Ericsson.
So high.
I'm pretty sure there was contact right front to Ericsson's left rear, and Ericsson did a beautiful job to save it. Here's a tight shot of Ward. Heavy right rear impact.
It reminds me so much of that turn 1 2012 Dario Franchitti Takuma Sato going for the win at the 500. So lucky that car came back down and didn't ride along the wall and get the nose up into the catch fence there. But you're right, huge save from Marcus Ericsson. Look at that.
Now the other question is, what happened to Pagenaud and Canapino?
Well, obviously this happening right at the front of the
involved.
field. You're going to check up a lot of drivers. You see that the right rear is basically gone in Augustine.
That was a massive hit for 10 miles an hour.
There's a lot of vertical.
This is Pagenaud.
Oh, he just gets run into by, was that Scott McLaughlin, maybe?
It sure did look like McLaughlin.
Here's Augustine Canapino. Listen.
Oh. So, likely severed brake line for Canapino, so no pedal pressure and broken steering. That is an absolute bobsled ride
in a
for
lot of
Canapino.
In a lot of ways, he was lucky he wasn't going faster, and here's what started it. Scott McLaughlin into the back of Pagenaud.
Wow, second red flag, back in a moment to see who's going to win the Indy 500.
Yeah, Augustine Canapino that ended up into the back of Paso Ward there at the end. Again, it looks like he didn't really have brakes. The left front was locked up, so you could tell he was on the brakes. But the right front was still spinning and still moving, so only the left front was able to have any sort of brake pressure there in the front. So definitely couldn't get stopped. A second red flag period here in the final 15 laps of the Indianapolis 500 today. This is our second most watched live commentary stream of the season, only behind the Daytona 500 up to this point. So I appreciate everybody that is tuned in throughout the finish of this race, throughout the course of this race. Some of you guys, a lot of you guys have been here since the very beginning of today's action. Live commentary again every NASCAR race on the weekend for the Truck, Xfinity, and the Cup Series. We did the Truck Series commentary obviously on Friday night. Xfinity race got moved to noon Eastern Standard Time tomorrow after it was rained out yesterday, so we will be live commentating that, and I will also be doing live commentary of the Coca-Cola 600 this weekend as well. So subscribe for more daily NASCAR content, live commentary streams, similar commentary to what you have heard here in the closing laps of this race. You will see every NASCAR race all season long. This is the only IndyCar broadcast I'm doing for the year, and obviously with it being the Indianapolis 500, the reason and why I wanted to do commentary for this race this weekend. But again, thanks to everybody that have tuned in over the course of today's race. We're on the road to 5,000 subscribers on the channel, and of course on the road to hopefully one day getting into the booth for real NASCAR races down the realm for the commentary side of things. We are only going to have probably, I'd say, anywhere between 2 to 3 laps to go on this next restart, which will definitely be the final restart of the race, and hopefully we don't see another crash. Have said this after the first big wreck that we had, and luckily everybody was okay after 2 very, very hard impacts, hard accidents in the late going to this race. This one was more just going for the win that caused this wreck, and Pato O'Ward ended up caused it. He was on the inside of Marcus Ericsson, just drove it in way too deep into the corner. It was way too low in the middle of turn 3 as he was held very tightly by Ericsson too. It was just hard racing gone wrong there on both parties. Trying to fight for that second place position to be in the spot that can potentially overtake Joseph Newgarden in the closing laps if we were to stay green there. And as tightly as they were running side by side going into the corner, there was no way they were going to make it all the way through turn 3, and that was the case there. So you can't really put fault on one driver or the other there between Marcus Ericsson and Pato O'Ward. O'Ward definitely sent it way late into the corner, and Ericsson was pretty low, not giving O'Ward really any room to make the corner on the inside as well. So, and you can't fault Ericsson for dropping back and playing it safe behind O'Ward in that situation, because O'Ward pulled out so late into the corner. But you can't blame O'Ward either for trying to go for it in that situation as well, because he did have the run and he did pull to the inside clearly underneath of Ericsson. So definitely a racing deal that caused that one. But over-aggression for sure from both drivers, but it was on both drivers. It wasn't one or the other.
High-impact, dangerous crashes. The last one just happening a moment ago with that intense restart battling for the lead.
Well, we expect this to happen. We expect it to get a little crazy at the end. But obviously, it's going to get extra crazy. Here we go with less than 10 to go. And, you know, it's a late move by Pato O'Ward. It is. But it is also the end of the race. So risk-reward is just one of those dynamics you're looking at. Ericsson definitely kept him very low. We didn't get a ton of angles on this one. But, you know, here we go. Look at, I mean, there's barely enough room.
There's no room. He was on the curb, basically.
The rumble strip there. You know, he lost control. It's just the risk-reward thing, I think, was such a last-second pass. But Ericsson could have given him more room, but also look what happened last year. He's clearly going to defend heavily.
And then Canapino, the rookie from Argentina's car, as he had no control of that car, comes barreling in as well.
Yeah, obviously the car had no brakes. You could see that because the tires were locked up when he was trying to slow down. And I'm sure because he was trying to slow down, surely he saw the car but couldn't turn as well. And so these cars brake quite easily. Obviously the tires being exposed, open wheel cars, the suspension brakes. So he was unable to move out of the way, which is just a really unfortunate one, because I'm sure Pato O'Ward was not expecting that so late after the accident was over with. And then of course we see another accident where you know, just a car got clipped and was spun into the wall. So chaos at the end of the race.
There you see Canapino with no control of the car, as the guys were talking about in the booth. So now, as we finally do see Augustin Canapino, the 33-year-old rookie from Argentina, getting out of the car as well, and we'll continue to get updates on the drivers from back in the infield care center. So now we're sitting on 6 to go. Certainly going to have a lap or so under yellow. Junior, you've been watching this, starting to feel like a lot of the races you live with week in, week out, and all these intense restarts at winning time.
Yeah, these late restarts are tough. It's hard on your mental focus, having to start, stop, sit on pit road, wait. You get nauseous thinking about the what-ifs, what you need to do, what could happen, what can happen. O'Ward looked like he was a sitting duck right there. What are you supposed to do on that restart to try to give yourself the best opportunity to keep the lead that you hold? We see him going down the front straightaway. He launches after a warning, probably a little less aggressive. They're within reach, and right away they're attacking, and he's losing positions. And so I wonder, you know, on this next restart, who do you want to be? Do you want to be controlling the field? Do you want to be second? Do you want to be third? Who is in the best position right now?
It's a game of getting to full throttle first. That's very much what happens on restarts in an open wheel car and an Indy car. You want to get on it as quick as you can, which is why he went so slow on that restart, because he wanted them all to pack up and check up so that he could hit the throttle and catch everyone off guard and try and get the best run possible. So more speed means everybody has more momentum, and everything in IndyCar in these restarts is a game of momentum getting into 1 and 2.
It appeared that first restart that was called off was a very good one. It looked like he had launched really well, was going to be fine getting into turn 1, but the warning took all the wind out of his sails, kind of showed his cards, so to speak, and he was very vulnerable on the next restart. So, but after who in this top 5 is the biggest risk taker? That seems to be what it's going to count when we get down here into turn 1 contesting for the lead.
Well, it's Newgarden at the moment, then Ericsson, then Santino Ferrucci, who we know has been a risk taker every time we've seen him on this track. Let's go down here what the talk is down behind us on pit road. Marty?
Mike, I think we're going to need a small notebook to chronicle the day for Alex Palou. Barry Wanzer's his strategist man, leading early, the wreck on pit road. How in the world have you guys gotten from 28th to 5th?
Well, certainly part of the strategy was not getting hit and going to the back before lap 100. But, Alex had some great restart, was able to pick up quite a few positions. When cars peeled off in front of us after saving fuel, we were able to run fast laps and jump them on the pit stops. And now, I guess just some attrition from cars in front of us, we've moved up. Certainly gives us an opportunity, and we know Alex is going to go for it.
You mentioned that last restart. He did a terrific job. Could he get 4 spots here and win this thing?
I think we're in striking range now, so we'll see how we shake out, but we know we're going to go for it.
Boy, what a day for Alex Palou. As we mentioned on the pole, Kevin led laps earlier, but after that wreck on pit road, he's driven from 28th now to 5th.
Marty, A.J. Foyt's driver, Santino Ferrucci, who has never won a race, sits 3rd. He's behind last year's Indy 500 winner, championship contender, a 2-time champion in Joseph Newgarden. Let's listen into the 14 radio a few moments ago.
Great job, buddy. Great job. You're P3. Yeah, copy. Let's see what they do, boys. I want to win this. You got it, baby. Let's see.
And that's Larry Foyt, who later said, "You're my hero. What an awesome day so far." Santino told me this week the stars are aligning. And to Dale Jr.'s question, he said, when asked, "Where do you want to sit?" "I want to be second on the last lap." And Marty, he said, "I guarantee you, I am not lifting."
Marcus Ericsson trying to get another Indianapolis 500 win. You see the team's getting ready to crank the engines here. Here's what his engineer, Brad Goldberg, told him a moment ago.
Marcus, here's the way I look at it. Talked about rotating off and about a challenge. This right here is just a new challenge. There's no one else I want behind the wheel right now than you. Okay, that's fine. Get it done.
And Townsend, you know how special this relationship is between Marcus Ericsson and Brad Goldberg. Brad is from Indianapolis. He lost his dad when he was 9 years old, and they came to this race every year before that. This race, this place means so much, not only to the driver, the defending winner, but the engineer as well.
I talked with these two about this exact scenario. What if this happens again? And I asked Marcus Ericsson, do you need the coaching from your race engineer on the stand again? Are you just going to tell him to be quiet, you know what to do? He said, no, we have such a great relationship. He knows me better than anyone, and he knows the right things to say at the right time to keep me focused and maximizing my potential.
All right, let's look at another contender, and you just saw a shot of A.J. Foyt a moment ago. Supertex, the 4-time winner at the Indianapolis 500, the legend. When was the last win for A.J. Foyt Racing? It was 24 years ago at the hands of Kenny Breck. Wow. Kenny is here. There's A.J. Are the stars aligning for this man here? At 88 years of age, is he going to see another victory at the place that made him who he is? He has told me before, I wouldn't be A.J. Foyt, in air quotes, if it wasn't for the Indianapolis 500.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, A.J. essentially the first legend of this racetrack. As you say, Diff, this really made him who he was and made him the international superstar that so many people know him as, considered one of the greatest in the business. And now he sits there and watches his driver restarting 3rd with a handful of laps to go. Remember the last restart? Pato Award up front, bit of a sitting duck. Marcus Ericsson had a great run, but it was P3, Joseph Newgarden, that came out of turn 1 in P1, and that is where Santino Ferrucci restarts this race.
Newgarden's restart on the last attempt was amazing. Just freight training it down the front straightaway, getting 2 spots to grab the lead. Is he going to be able to do it again from the lead?
Can I just say, from where we sit, what a pleasure it is to be talking about AJ Foyt and a car in contention.
He's had so many physical ailments through the years, whether it's crashing in race cars or stuff since he retired, but I see a sparkle in those blue eyes that looks like it's back in the 60s here in a Roadster. He is fired up, squared up in his seat, up on the wheel of his race team, ready to get it.
Do you want me to tell you how the spirit in this guy, how alive it is? I saw him at Texas. He said, I've just had a new pacemaker put in, and the doctor told me I'm not allowed to have any more beer. But I felt like a beer today, so I'm having a beer.
There'll be plenty tonight if they can pull this off.
4 laps remain in the Indianapolis 500 when we go green. Joseph Newgarden will be the leader. He went from 3rd to 1st on the last restart, and it is the Swede Marcus Ericsson, the defending winner of the Indy 500, who will be in 2nd. Santino Ferrucci 3rd, Alex Rossi 4th, and Alex Palou is back in the top 5 and 5th for this restart. The final one of the day. Will it end under green, or will it end under another late race yellow flag? Off of turn 4, slower start this time, compacted together, now accordioning back and forth as the field heads to the yard of bricks. One car down, and oh, there's a crash in the back as they're going green. 3 wide across the start-finish line as the caution flag comes out, and this is going to end the race. They were crashing as they were getting up to speed, and I couldn't tell who was leading when the caution flag came out. Marcus Ericsson is scored the leader on our leaderboard, but I'm not sure how accurate that is. It was a 3 wide as they were crossing the start-finish line. Battle for the lead between Joseph Newgarden, Santino Ferrucci, and Marcus Ericsson, as Ed Carpenter and a couple other cars at the back of the pack crashed in a bottlenecking stack-up as they were getting to speed off of turn 4. We have 3 to go at the line this time. I don't think they are going to red flag this race. It will end under caution, but we have yet to determine who will be the race winner as the field heads to the start-finish line. They are not going to get this cleaned up in time. Another late race accident. It is tough to tell, and I'm not sure what the IndyCar rules are. I don't know if they go to the last scoring loop like they do in NASCAR, or if the field is frozen in this situation. So we'll listen in.
And Ed Carpenter's, and a whole lot of debris that needs cleaning up. It was coming to green. Graham Rahal was involved in it as well in the Dreyer Reinbold Carekeepers entry. And we have had it confirmed from race control. Car 8 is the leader. And they're coming to 2 to go. That's probably going to be it.
Guys, no one wants to finish a race, especially the Indy 500, under caution, but I just don't think there's an option as long as that number 8 car runs to the flag behind this pace car. I think we have a back-to-back Indy 500 winner.
And the driver of the red and white Husky Chocolates car is going to get apparently another red flag.
I stand corrected. Oh my goodness.
3 red flags in this Indy 500. They have to reset again. Oh, and look at the Chip Ganassi squad on car number 8. They can't believe it.
Can you imagine AJ Foyt racing, thinking that it was over, and there he is, Super Tex.
He's got another
shot. Looking to the heavens saying, hey, this might be our day, boys. We're going to get another shot at this.
And his car is second in line, right behind Marcus Ericsson. This is the race that doesn't want to end.
Well, none of these 300,000 fans want to go home. They want to see how this plays out, just like I do.
I want to see him race to the finish. This is what went down.
They are heading under commercial break on NBC. They were 3 wide off of turn 4, and it looked like Ed Carpenter had gotten sandwiched in the middle of 2 cars that caused the wreck off of turn 4 as they were coming to the green flag. Marcus Ericsson was scored as the race leader when the caution flag had came out. Santino Ferrucci was 2nd. Alexander Rossi was actually 3rd. And Joseph Newgarden, who was the leader coming to the restart, is now going to be in 4th. Alex Palou remains in 5th. Scott Dixon gained a couple spots to get up to 6th. Connor Daly 7th. Colton Herta's back up to 8th. Renus VK in 9th. And Takuma Sato rounds out the top 10 right now. A third red flag in the late going of the Indianapolis 500. All 3 red flags have been out with 15 or less laps to go in this race. And because we are at 2 laps to go with the leaders on pit road right now, that means it will be a 1-lap green-white checker shootout when they go back to green flag racing. And for the second year in a row, Marcus Ericsson in a last dash for the green-white checker finish of the Indy 500 is going to have to try to win this race. He was leading last time. He was able to hold off Pato O'Ward last year. We'll see if he can hold off Santino Ferrucci, Alex Rossi, and the rest of the field. But it is worth stating that the leader on the last 2 restarts has not been able to hang on to the race lead. So for Marcus Ericsson, this could be tough. But he was in this situation a year ago. He was able to hold on. We'll see if he can do it 2 years in a row. I'm surprised that they're under red again. Honestly, I don't like this call. I was kind of debating on talking about whether they should have thrown the red flag after the second wreck. I think after the first wreck they needed to throw the red because there was a car upside down. There was a tire that went over the fence. They had to throw a red flag immediately for safety reasons. So then we got to the next caution and they threw a red flag and it wasn't for safety reasons. And it was to try to get a green flag finish. They get a third attempt and they wreck again, coming to the green flag, and we have another red flag. At this instance, it's like, you know, why? I mean, this is the same problem that NASCAR fans have with NASCAR in overtime in NASCAR, and this is essentially what we've had. This is essentially 3 overtime finishes going on a 4th in the Indy 500. You know, I could see maybe 1 chance at a restart, but even in, you know, this, we've seen 2 vicious accidents. One where we saw a tire go over the catch fence, and yet we're still having red flag situations to try to get a green flag finish of this race. We literally had a tire go over the catch fence. That tells you how dangerous this is. We had a car upside down, you know, in that same wreck. This is a dangerous sport, and the more restarts we get later in this race, the more likely we're going to get cautions. You know, why are we still trying to do this? And poor Marcus Ericsson, for the second year in a row, is literally in the same situation. He was lucky to win it last year. I think a lot of the crowd was behind him on that last restart and him winning because of the red flag finish, and now he's literally having to do this 2 years in a row in the Indianapolis 500. This is insane, to say the least, but I just don't think that this is a good look, honestly. This is a pretty bad look. It wasn't a great look last year. It makes the finish kind of fluky if Marcus Ericsson doesn't win. It's like, you know, that kind of stinks. Honestly, though, you can kind of say the same thing. Here's an interview following the Infield Care Center. Pato O'Ward.
I just feel so bummed for the team. We had 4 very fast race cars. Now there's only 2 in the race, and well, there were 7 laps to go. I was gonna be going for it. I was way too nice. So I'm sure he comes with me next time.
Was that a move that in that moment you felt like was one you had to make to keep tabs on Newgarden, the leader?
Yeah, I just, like I said, I was way too nice. I got onto the apron to give him room. I got squeezed, and yeah, I won't forget that one.
Thank you, Pato. Not the end to the day that they wanted with a really fast Arrow McLaren car.
Ooh, I think I'll remember those words next time he comes with me. So, is there a budding rivalry there between Pato O'Ward and Marcus Ericsson? Stand by, you'll see the next chapter of that in Detroit on the new street circuit in downtown Detroit in the Motor City next weekend, 3 p.m. Eastern, right here on NBC. That's Marcus Ericsson's wife, Iris. Maximum stress. Now let's show you a replay of the last restart and check out who is in front. This is why race control has said Marcus Ericsson is in front. The time of the yellow coming out.
Looking for the yellow light and the yellow flag. Still see green flag in the air. There's the yellow light there.
Yellow's on the wall.
On the pit wall. Thanks, James. And you can see Ericsson narrowly ahead. Look at how tight it was between Ferrucci and Newgarden.
So Newgarden looks to be ahead.
Second. Newgarden second, so
Ferrucci P3. So that's
Yes.
back to how they started this restart, I'm pretty sure.
correct.
That top three will remain.
No, Newgarden
Joseph
was
in front. Yeah,
but
sorry.
Ferrucci third.
Right, correct.
Yeah, so that's why they have them lined up this way here with the Shell Chevy in second. So Marcus Ericsson, Joseph Newgarden.
So I
So
assume
we think the way this is going to play out is that these cars are going to fire up. They will come off pit lane, go down the back straightaway, and take the green for one lap.
okay. There's a lot of issues with this. I don't love not giving them a full pace lap to make sure tires are clean, all the rest of it. Whatever, that decision's been made. Not to be the cynic, not to be the crafty one here, but it's the Indy 500. If I'm Marcus Ericsson, I watch Pato O'Ward go too slow on a restart, get it waved off, and come around one more time under yellow. It's going to be a white flag. Do you purposely go slow, get your one sort of mulligan of a restart, and come around to take the checkered under yellow?
Or do you just jump it and get going? And if they wave it off, you win either way. Guess what? They're not waving any, it's just green no matter what.
Yes, but-
So everybody get ready. Forget warming your tires. Forget any of the niceties that you might have enjoyed through the years in IndyCar. Forget what you think you deserve. This race owes you nothing. If you want to win the Indy 500, it's time to tighten your belts and get up and go.
Do what has to be done.
Exactly.
That's what I don't love about this, is it's created a situation where that is a possibility.
Oh, by the way, just to throw another little curveball in there, race control is still looking at the order. It's being audited.
Well, yeah, because
further back. We know what's at the front.
Exactly.
But further back, it's being audited.
There's still, what are we looking at? 17 cars on the lead lap.
Hey, let's not forget another thing. It's about 110 degrees in the cockpit for these guys as they sit there and just bake and sweat. You know what it's like when it's hot and stuffy? You get angry. You get frustrated. You get urgent.
Let's not forget about the fact that there is, separate to the prize money, there is an extra $400,000 thanks to Borg Warner, 420 to be precise, for the next back-to-back winner. It has been a sum of money that has been jackpotting and rolling over year after year, ever since Elio Castro Neves did it last in 2002. So it could be going to this guy and the Chip Ganassi racing team and the Husky squad from car number 8 if Marcus Ericsson can successfully defend his win of a year ago.
About 3.5 hours ago, we talked about the very gentlemanly-like behavior of taking turns leading this race, saving fuel. Contrast that with what we've seen over the last 10 laps and the last hour. It is absolutely dog-eat-dog, every man for themselves. And there are, Pato O'Ward just said he was too nice. Yeah, nobody's going to be nice here with 2 laps to go.
This is so fascinating, guys. The pressure that these drivers are under with a one-lap shootout. They've had 3 red flags now. When you're sitting in the cockpit with nothing but your own thoughts, knowing that the weight of the biggest race in the world is on your shoulders, this is a pressure unlike any other.
All right. How about the Pennzoil moment of the race? It may as well be the most recent reason for where we're at right now. 5 cars in a moment that caused the most recent caution. So Marco Andretti, Ed Carpenter, and Christian Lundgaard, they all come together. Behind them, Benjamin Peterson, Graham Rahal. Look at the scrambling going on here. Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, Lundgaard had a great run going. He would have been clear, but at the last second, Andretti and Carpenter came left into the rear of Lundgaard's car. And here we go.
Just come back to a discussion we had earlier as we're getting ready to go again. Hinch, the movie, Unleashing the Dragon, the special that you did with Marcus Ericsson. Do you remember what he told you in that theater? He said, when I was sitting here in this situation and stressing to the max, I said to myself, with the help of my sports psychologist, I can do this. I can handle this. I can control this. And I'm going to win this. And he did. Does that...
They're about to lift the red flag and get ourselves back under caution. It'll be a 1-lap green-white checker for the win in the 107th running of the Indianapolis 500. Red flag is lifted there under caution. It will be Marcus Ericsson as the race leader, and our leaderboard is not correct. It'll actually be Joseph Newgarden who will be in second place behind Ericsson, who was leading at the original restart prior to this caution. Santino Ferrucci will be in third, just as he was prior to the yellow flag as well. The green and the white will be displayed at once when they cross the yard of bricks this time by. And it is up to everybody behind Marcus Ericsson to try to stay as close to him as possible once they get the green, so they can try to jump on the restart, where we have seen the leader lose the race lead on each of the last 3 restarts in this race, and all of them following the red flags before this most recent one. 3 red flags in total. They have caught up to the 8 car of Marcus Ericsson, and Ericsson trying to go for back-to-back Indianapolis 500 victories. Joseph Newgarden trying to get his first in his IndyCar career. He's a 2-time IndyCar champion, but has never won the big race. And Santino Ferrucci has never won an IndyCar race and is trying to get his first. He has finished in the top 10 in the last 4 Indy 500s. He's trying to go for this one. Ferrucci does not take off well on the restart. Ericsson with a lot faster start as they get to the green flag this time. He's an accordion line back and forth in a snake fashion, trying to break the draft from Joseph Newgarden, who is not going to have a chance to get to him into turn 1. Almost contact further back between Ferrucci and below. It looked like battling for third. Ferrucci hangs on for the moment. Through turn 2 now for Marcus Ericsson. Has to play defense down the backstretch. He's going to try to break the draft. Newgarden's got a run. He's got a big run. All the way to the apron trying to break the draft. Newgarden to the outside. And he is going to try to take the lead. He is clear. Joseph Newgarden's out in front. Into turn 3 as he's trying to win on the last lap pass in the Indianapolis 500. Ericsson's going to have another run at him off of turn 4. Marcus Ericsson digs. They're racing for the checkered flag down towards the pit wall, trying to make massive blocks. It is Joseph Newgarden winning the 107th running of the Indianapolis 500. Joseph Newgarden has done it. Marcus Ericsson gets passed on the final lap on the backstretch, and Newgarden is an Indianapolis 500 champ at last. He led on the restart before he regained the lead start back from Marcus Ericsson. And now, Penske is back in victory lane in the Indy 500 for the first time since Roger Penske has owned the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. You will get to hear from race winner Joseph Newgarden, as well as some of the other top finishers that will be interviewed in our post-race coverage. We'll try to keep this as brief as I can, but I will make sure you guys get your interviews. We'll go through the full field running order as well. And we're going to keep it brief because we do have another live commentary stream with the Coke 600 coming up later, at least as expected right now, weather pending on that. But I have to plan on going live at 5:30 as of right now, which is only about an hour and 15 minutes. But Joseph Newgarden, he has parked his car on the start-finish line. He is getting out and celebrating in front of the crowd on the front stretch at Indianapolis.
Grabbed the brass ring and took it home. Oh, not going up the fence. He's going through the fence. Joseph Newgarden into the crowd. Look at this. he might never make it back.
This is awesome. This has been a burning pain and a burning desire for Joseph Newgarden. It has annoyed him and bothered him so long that he has not won the Indy 500. All of that is erased. It's just joy and fun now and celebration. night for raw emotion. Husband and wife, their little son Coda is here. Teammate Scott McLaughlin came in. Team boss, team president, Tim Cindric. And Ashley saying, are you okay? I'm just checking you're okay.
Oh, he's okay.
He's never been more okay.
This right here is going to be the best ride of Joseph Newgarden's life. Over to the podium, onto the lift, up to drink the milk. How about that finish? This is the checkered flag moment brought to you by Advance Auto Parts. Marcus Ericsson on the right, Newgarden on the left, down the back stretch, into turn 3. That was the move of the race. Ericsson gave everything he had, but in the end it wasn't enough for the Shell Chevy of Joseph Newgarden. This is a tight-knit crew. Mason, the engineer, Ashley Newgarden there. That's how much it means to win. And there is the captain, Roger Penske himself, Bud Denker, Greg Penske, the whole gang. Doing it for the fans.
So Spider-Man climbs the fence. What are we going to call this?
He's a man of the people.
I don't know, man. Just absolutely incredible. Tim Cindric picks up his 9th baby Borg as the president of racing operations for Team Penske. And when he won his first one, that was Elio's back, I think, in 2001. Roger told him, hey, look, that one's good, but I want 20 of these things. Well, he's got him up to 19. One to go.
We always talk about how the best laid plans in Indy can be derailed, but this is an example today where the best laid plan was executed by the best racing team in the history of this racetrack, Team Penske, to get that.
Newgarden's car is on the riser as he heads to victory lane at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for some of the traditions, I guess, of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway winner. He'll be getting the wreath. He'll be getting the milk. More than likely, he won't be drinking most of that milk. It'll be most of it will be down the front of him. We'll go through the full field running order here real quick while we're waiting on the trophy presentation for Joseph Newgarden. Margin of victory was 0.09 of a second over Marcus Ericsson, who finishes in second. Again, Joseph Newgarden is your winner of the 107th Indy 500. Santino Ferrucci with a great performance finishes in third place today. Alex Palou ends up with a great recovery to finish fourth after starting on the pole. And Alexander Rossi rounds out the top 5. Scott Dixon finishes 6th. Takuma Sato 7th. Connor Daly 8th. Colton Herta 9th. And Renus VK rounds out the top 10. Ryan Hunter-Ray finishes 11th. Callum Ilott finishes 12th. Delvin DiFrancesco finishes in 13th. Scott McLaughlin 14th. And Elio Castroneves finishes in 15th. Tony Kanaan with a 16th place finish. Marco Andretti 17th was the last car in the lead lap. Jack Harvey finishes 18th. Christian Lundgaard ends up finishing 19th. And Ed Carpenter 20th. Benjamin Peterson finishes 21st. Graham Rahal in 22nd. Will Power 23rd was the last driver on track at the finish of the race. 10 DNFs today. Pato Ward will finish 24th. Simon Pagenaud 25th. Augustine Canapino finishes in 26th. Felix Rosenquist 27th. Kyle Kirkwood 28th. David Malukas 29th. Roman Grosjean finishes in 30th. Stingray Robb finishes 31st. RC Anderson 32nd. And Catherine Legg rounds out the 33-car field of this Indianapolis 500 this afternoon.
And now, the whole milk Joseph Newgarden's waited his whole life for. princesses come in as well. And now the Indy 500 championship ring for Joseph Newgarden. Drenched in milk, let's get a word with him. That's a big ring there, Joseph Newgarden. For years, they've asked you. Oh, his mom, Tina, coming in. And Coda, his son. For years, they've asked you when this moment was going to happen. You told me you were sick of the question last year. Joseph Newgarden, you are now an Indianapolis 500 winner.
I'm just so thankful to be here. You have no idea. I started out as a fan in the crowd, and this place it's amazing, regardless of where you're sitting. It doesn't matter if you're driving the car, you're working on it, or you're out here in the crowd, you're a part of this event and the energy. And so thank you to Indianapolis. I love this city. I grew up racing karts here when I was a kid, and I'm just so thankful for Roger and Tim and everybody at Team Penske. I just felt like everyone kept asking me why I haven't won this race, and they look at you like you're a failure if you don't win it, and I wanted to win it so bad. I knew we could. I knew we were capable, and I'm so thankful to Shell and Team Chevy, everybody. It's a huge team effort, as everybody knows, so I'm so glad to be here. Thank you.
Your dad started you in kart racing when you were just a teenager, Joseph, and you get now to the biggest stage in all of IndyCar racing. What was going through your mind when you crossed the start-finish line?
Just pure emotion. I was trying to stay locked in. I was emotional the whole last 10 laps because I knew we were in a position to fight for this win at the end, and I knew it wasn't going to be easy. It was going to come to some last lap shootout like it always is these days, which is exciting but stressful for us. But just been thinking about all the work. I can't talk highly enough about the team. They've worked so hard all month. It's so long to get to this point. We're here for weeks working and grinding on this thing just for this one moment, and that's what makes it so demoralizing when it doesn't work out. I can tell you, we're going to enjoy it tonight. It's going to be amazing to win this.
The coolest moment might be your celebration with the fans. Was that planned or impromptu?
I've always wanted to go into the crowd here at Indianapolis. I've seen people go up on the fence. I wanted to go through the fence. I wanted to celebrate with the people. I just thought it would be so cool to be in that energy because I know what that energy is like on race day, and this was a dream of mine. If this was ever going to happen, I wanted to do that.
How did you make the move? Because it looked like Ericsson might have had it locked up.
P2 is where you want to. If one lap to go, you want to be second. And it actually worked out great that I got a run on the back straight. I knew if I could just get him and clear him into 3, then maybe we could hold on to the line. But he was so quick on the straights that it wasn't guaranteed. I was just trying to do everything I could to keep him back, and man, it was a fight. It was just a big fight. This is not easy to win this race. It's the most difficult race in the world to win.
His teammate Will Power comes in for a hug. Joseph Newgarden gets the 19th Burt Warner for his boss, Roger Penske, Kevin.
Marty, Marcus Ericsson almost became the first back-to-back winner of the Indianapolis 500 in 21 years. You were fired up, angry when you got out of the car. How do you process the finish to this one?
I just thought it was unfair and dangerous end to the race. I don't think it was enough laps to do what we did. I think we've never done a restart out of the pits, and we don't get the tires up to temperature. And I think we did everything right today. I'm very proud of the number 8 crew and everyone in Chip Ganassi Racing. I think I did everything right behind the wheel. I did an awesome last restart. I think I caught Joseph completely off guard and got the gap and kept the lead into turn 1, which no one else had done all day. But, I just couldn't hold it on the back. I was flat, but I couldn't hold it. So I'm proud of us. Congratulations to Joseph. He did everything right as well. So, he's a worthy champion, but I'm just very disappointed with the way that ended. I don't think that was fair.
You've experienced the ecstasy of winning this race. Is it just as painful to come that close and not win it?
Yeah, it is, because I feel like I feel like we did everything right. I feel like we won that race, and then it sort of got taken away from us. So that was, but it is what it is. The situation is what it is. I think I did everything right on that last restart. I think that was awesome, but it was just not enough today with what we had. So it's tough to swallow for sure.
What a run! Thank you, Marcus. To Dave.
With Santino Ferrucci now, who was unable to hold back tears with your third place finish, man. I can understand why. Can you describe your emotion?
Yeah, it's just tough, We were there all day. I mean, all day.
I'm just so proud of our AJ Foy Racing team, Homes for Troops. We had a few people right on board with us. Obviously, Larry's mom, Lucy, Marie and Ann's father and husband, who just passed away as well, and my close friend Chris, who obviously wishes he could be here today. So this one stings. It's bittersweet, but I'm happy for third. I'm happy for the team. Happy for Joseph, all of Team Penske. He did a hell of a job at the end, holding off Marcus. Obviously, it's not an easy thing, or else everybody would do it. So, but no, I'm really proud of what we've done today.
Can you describe the whole day, having a shot and having it for AJ and all the people you already mentioned?
I mean, I was trying not to tear up getting into the race car before we started the race. I actually had never been that emotional for this race. At one point, though, it was weird because I was never nervous. So different emotions. It was different. But I think, coming to the end, the last few restarts, I think IndyCar did the right decision with all what they have done for a green flag finish for the fans. And, I just wish we had a couple more laps to finish that off.
Your drive was one for the fans, too. Santino Ferrucci, third today. Lee, back to you.
He continues his...
So you heard from multiple different viewpoints on the late race red flag, which set up a one-lap green-white checker restart. You also got to hear from Joseph Newgarden, your race winner of this year's Indianapolis 500. We're going to end today's live commentary stream as of right now. We are about an hour away from the start of our Coca-Cola 600 live commentary stream, so want to get everything set up for that, make sure I have enough time. Weather is pending the start of that race, but if we don't get any word on them delaying the race till the next day, there will still be live commentary for the 600 tonight, and then whenever they end up calling it, then we will just end up running it, say, tomorrow, if they do end up racing tomorrow. But Xfinity race is scheduled for tomorrow, so that will definitely be a go, and the 600 as of right now a go for tonight, the way things stand. Appreciate everybody that tuned in for this one. Like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you haven't already. This was our most watched live commentary stream of the season, and one of the more watched streams on the channel in general. This had slightly more views than the Daytona 500 live commentary stream at the beginning of the racing season. I hope that a lot of you that did watch today, a lot of new fans, stick around, watch the race later tonight with me, listen to my commentary, hopefully enjoyed the commentary. I'm sorry I botched the finish as he was crossing the start-finish line. I usually don't do that, so I apologize for that. I had a couple of slip-ups throughout today's live commentary stream. I tend to be a little bit harder myself when I do these. I expect perfection because I'm trying to do this as, a job, hopefully, in the future of commentating races. So I apologize for messing up. I got to be more prepared. And this was my first Indy 500, obviously, so there was a lot of it that went into it. I definitely had chills throughout the course of the race. It felt weird doing this because it wasn't a NASCAR race, but thanks for everybody that did tune in, though, throughout, and that stayed throughout. So appreciate it. There may be some videos coming out from the commentary of this. I don't know if I'll get them up before the end of the night with having the stream coming up soon next. Usually I have them out within an hour after the end of the race, but because we have another race coming up tonight, I don't know that will be the case. But thank you, everybody. I will see you guys hopefully later tonight, if not tomorrow, and we'll enjoy the rest of this Memorial Day weekend of racing. We got 2 more races to go. Cup and Xfinity from Charlotte. Thanks, everybody. Have a good rest of your next hour, and I'll see you very, very shortly.